morning, everyone. Kalimera. We know that many people have been detained by the weather, but we still think it's worth starting reasonably on time for our last day of the conference of Macedonia and Sparta, a tale of two kingdoms in the Hellenistic period. I would like to thank the speakers today for sticking to time. We will have a coffee break, and we have 3 different sessions. At the end of our program, I'd very much like to have us to have the speakers gather on stage so we can take a group photo of all the participants. So at this point, I'll turn the program over to Olga Pelagia, our chair of this session.
I would like to welcome you to session 5, which will deal with tombs, palaces, and material relations. As you see, we have no temples because neither the Spartans nor the Macedonians went in for large temples. And this, of course, is very bad for hotel owners who complain all the time. They have no columns for the tourists. We begin with Anastasios Kakamanoudis, independent scholar, who will give a paper on identity formation and social representation in the funerary landscape of Hellenistic Macedonia.
So good morning to everyone, to all that are here and also online. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and especially Olga Pelagia, Professor Olga Pelagia, for inviting me to participate. It's really an honor for me to speak in this very interesting conference. In the rainy mood of the day, I will begin with a paper about the funerary archaeology, actually the only one in this conference, I think. So the title is Identity Formation and Social Representation in the Funerary Landscape of Hellenistic Macedonia. The funerary practices of funerary Macedonia have seen a lot of progress. Their study has seen a lot of progress in the last decades. As you see on the map, we have a large number of investigated cemeteries in the last decades. In bold, in black, you see the main, or some of the main cemeteries, but in general, we see that we have cemeteries of cities, cemeteries of settlements, clusters, so many things have been investigated. The focus, especially in the early days of the funerary archaeology of Macedonia, was in the most monumental tombs, reasonably. In the contrary, what I would like to do today is to speak for the common people of Macedonia, the men, the women, the children, in the Antigonid period. This period has not received the same amount of such extensive research for some reasons that I will try to elaborate in my presentation. So the structure is a brief introduction to the context, the socio-historical context, and then we'll examine in some more detail 2 case studies, Aegean and Pella. And in the final part, I'll try to make a synthesis, utilizing also information from other cemeteries that I don't have the time and to present today, and then arrive at some conclusions. So, as Dr. Paschidis gave a very informative speech about the context of Hellenistic Macedonia and its history and institutions, I will be very brief. I will just repeat that we have Macedonia under Cassander, entering the game of powers as a pole between the kingdoms of the Hellenistic world. And in the 3rd century, this evolves, and we have also Macedonia competing with federal states through coalitions, shifting coalitions, wars. And we should think about the people and how it affected them. We heard yesterday that at the time that Philip V would go and rail and loot Thermon and violate the sanctuary, in Macedonia we would have a year before, we have the same thing at Dion. So we should think the local experiences and especially the lower classes, the common soldiers, their families, how this affected their lives and how this may be manifested in the funerary context. So the relationship, of course, is we don't, and I don't search for relationships one-to-one, immediate effect of all these events in the funerary context, but at least we should have it in mind. And I think this conference is important because for a classical archaeologist, hearing the historian speaking about this and Professor Paschidis is important to have new insight and have new ideas while studying this material. So you see the kings. I won't speak about all of them because we heard a lot of things already. Just to stress that under kings like Antigonos Gonatas and Dimitrios Poliorkitis, of course, they have their own agenda, so they defend the kingdom. This is what the kings do, but they try to control and exert power in Greece. Under the late Antigonids, we have more information, as we heard about from inscriptions about conscriptions, military reforms, reforms in the state, and some important documents that stress also the growing power of cities and regions, and material culture and the autonomous coins. We heard that sometimes we think it's a sign that the cities are more autonomous, sometimes we think that they're more integrated to the power of the king. And this is interesting. So what Dr. Parsidis saw, we have this structure, the king in the apex, the Macedonians, the soldiers in the bottom, and all these agents, so local and regional agents, the cities, the districts. And in the record, of course, in the inscriptions, we try to find the traces, but I think also in the graves, as the study evolves, we should also try to think about all these factors. So the two case studies, Aegean and Pella, the connection is obvious, the two capitals, but also we have investigated similar amount of Hellenistic graves. At Aegean, it's around 350, late classical and Hellenistic. The same number is approximately at Pella. So we have comparable data. I will begin with Aegean. So my personal involvement at Aegean was working in the necropolis and especially the digitization under the auspices of the Emerita Director of the Eforit, Angeliki Kotaridi, and for me it has been a very fruitful experience and expanded my thought. Currently, I'm participating in the publication of the classical and Hellenistic pottery, so I will try to transmit some of my thoughts while studying this material, while thinking about the people that use all these vases that I study for the final publication. At Aegean, the last royal burials, you see the three royal clusters in red. So the last royal burials are undertaken in the beginning of the 3rd century. This stops the royal burials of the Timenids, of the family, after 3 centuries of this very important custom for the Macedonians. And of course, 20 years after that, so in the 270s, we have the well-known raid of the royal cemetery, and some of the royal tombs that are violated. Actually, we think that most of the royal tombs are violated at that time. And Mandolis Andronikos, who has excavated the Great Tumulus, thought that also this extended to the broader cemetery. We think, we know that by the archaeological data, that Antigonos Gonatas would build the Great Tumulus to signify the tombs anew, to avoid them being looted again. And of course, the Great Tumulus is also a symbol of his authority and power and the stabilization of the kingdom. This would take a lot of time. The Great Tumulus is a very large mound. So I think, and we think that local people mostly would have undertaken this task that could take months or even years. And we should think that the same people that made their own mounds would make the mounds of the kings and the connection between them. By that time, we have a lot of mounds already at Vergina, at Aegean, because from the middle of the 4th century, as Professor Kyriakou has shown and Angeliki in her publications, we start to have mounds built again at Aegean. So we have a hiatus. From the early archaic times, for 3 centuries, we don't have mounds in the necropolis. We have an extended cemetery. But from the middle of the 4th, they start to construct mounds again. These mounds are differentiated. So as you see very briefly, the large mounds, the medium-sized and the small-sized mounds are characterized by different kind of tombs, different kind of grave goods. Today, we focus mostly on the small mounds and the common people. These small mounds are interesting, so they're not very impressive. But as you see, we have 1 or 2 tombs in many of these. They're constructed from the late 4th to the late Hellenistic times. And we see that the shift focus to the mounds themselves. So the tombs are small tombs with very few grave goods, mostly pottery. But we see that being buried in a mound have a special significance. And we actually, in this period in Macedonia, we don't have this kind of small mounds. We have some in Pella in the classical period that are quite similar. We have some in Sindos, but here in Aegean, it seems that they have a special connection to the past, to the previous mounds and the mounds of the other social classes, and this affects the common people. You see a photo of the excavation and how these mounds are and how they would be constructed next to each other. At the same time, so while they are burying their people in mounds in the north part of the cemetery, in the south part, as you see, we have another phenomenon, which is also not encountered. So in the archaic and classical cemetery, they start to open tombs with a different orientation, east-west, and they violate earlier graves. And this is not encountered at Aegeia almost in no case until that time, very few cases. So in the Hellenistic times, we see that something changes. We don't really know why some people make mounds and some are buried and violate earlier tombs. This happens, our idea until now is that it happens mostly when we have the abolishment of the kingdom. But as I study the pottery, I see that certainly some tombs are in the late Antigonids. And as you see, we'll try, some tombs are very close to this period. So I'm trying to find and through the study to see if it happens before or after. It's not a matter of chronology, it's a matter of significance. Under the Romans, you have no kings, you have no kingdom. Under the Antigonids, as Professor Kyriakou and her team showed yesterday, we have renovation, we have things at the year, we have things that are being built. So if this happens together with the presence of the kings, it's something else. And we try to study that and see how it will evolve. Now, about the representation of the people, what you see is based, as you see in the slide, we don't have yet an analysis of the skeletal material. So actually, we have allocation according to the size of the tombs, the orientation. We have a stable orientation. Men are with the head to the west and women to the east. That means, in more proper terms, when you have weapons, the head is in the west, and when you have pieces of jewelry, it's in the east. And at Aegeia, this is, we have almost no exceptions in a sample of 370 graves. So as you see, the representation is similar to other cemeteries that have been analyzed. But of course, we have 40% that is unknown to us. All the unfurnished tombs, without the analysis of the skeletons, cannot be dated. For the grave goods, just to comment that we still have weapons in burials until the late Hellenistic. So as you see, this custom at Aegeia from the early Iron Age for 1 millennium is practiced uninterruptedly. Now, about the grave goods, the well-known corpus of tomb stele from the Great Tumulus is not immediately relevant, as very few are dated under the Antigonids, or maybe none of them. And you see one of the latest publications on this well-known material. Just about the previous identities that the common people would express in the funerary art, we see some main categories, men in arms, of course. We saw that also through the grave goods. But we have men of letters, interestingly, women, children, and dexiosi scenes. So we have an idea about the previous periods. In the Antigonid period, as far as I know, we don't have any preserved grave stele. But also all this material was found in the Great Tumulus. So until 1976, we also didn't have any. So maybe more discoveries are to come. Now, in the second case study, Pella, the second capital, our analysis, my analysis, will be based on a series of important publications, and we have Nikos Akamatis today with us, who contributed to some of these. So it's really important that actually all the tombs, the common people tombs, have been published in great detail. So my analysis, of course, is based, I hope, in a pious and not unpious way to the scholars and the excavators of Pella. Now, we have changes. So a paper will follow about Pella by Dr. Tsigarida, so I will not comment on the structure of the city, of course, and we had another paper yesterday. I will just say that as the city is restructured, the cemeteries are restructured. The classical cemetery would be now in the center of the city, so people every day would walk on top of the defunct cemetery, and every day they would go to the place they would go in the past to venerate their people. We have a differentiated use of the shape of the space, the burial space. So as you see, we have mounds in the core of the city and 2 cemeteries in the 2 sides of the walls. At least, we've heard also yesterday that maybe we have evidence for cemeteries, maybe in other directions. So it's important that the more affluent people and the most monumental graves are away of the city on the roads, as is the custom in Macedonia. We know it from other cases. And we have the 2 cemeteries of the common people closer to the walls. And you see the tombs and some of the reconstruction of the monuments of the upper strata of the society. Now, about the common people, we have 3 separate excavated sectors. So, very briefly, as you see, we have, in the first sector, we have a canonical development from the classical to the Hellenistic. And as you see to the right, we have mostly rock-cut schist tombs. This is the prime time in Pella. But we also, and tile graves are close to this. And in some cases, as Nikos has argued, and Maria Libakia Kamati, we see that the tile tombs are maybe related, the people are related with each other. So they're built, the tile are on top of the schist, so maybe it's familial or other kind of relationship. We have a few rock-cut chambers, small ones, but we see that more in another sector. So in the late 4th and early 5th, we see the change. So from the schist tombs, you start to have these bigger rock-cut schist tombs. They are carved in the natural ground. And as you see, we also have an example here that is the more canonical type, the bigger type that has a multiple use. Now, this becomes a main type in Pella in the 3rd and 2nd century, as Dr. Maria Libaki analyzed in her publication. We see that this becomes the main type. And we have a change until that time in Macedonia, until the 4th century, late 4th. We don't have communal tombs. We have single tombs for many centuries. Now we start to have communal tombs. And you see the arrangement in the West Cemetery, they're all aligned next to the road. So we have a structure change. They're organized maybe with other provisions, and they're used for, as you see, for 100 years. Now in Pella, we have these studies of archaeological studies, and you see something interesting. In the first case that we saw, most of the people are over 35, that we can identify the age, while in the other case, most are young. And this case is based in the grave goods, but we see that in different parts of the cemetery, we have different, at least the sex and the age of the people. So this is a good point to conduct further analysis and comparisons. Now, in Pella, we don't have weapons. So in the tombs, despite the obvious similarities in the social structure and is the capital and we have the kings, we don't have weapons in the tombs. We saw yesterday that Philip V donated some sarissas in Rhodes, in Lindos. So, of course, they had weapons. We have it in the art, as you see, but we don't have, I don't know if we have any new data, but as I know, we have virtually no weapons in all of these tombs, and the sample is quite big. Also, the grave monuments are well known in a series of articles, mostly by Maria Libakia Kamati, Dr. Maria Libakia Kamati. And we see that the decoration, as in other places in Macedonia, has many times classical prototypes, but we also have more regional and lower quality works. In Pella, we have something important. We also have at least 9 inscriptions in the Hellenistic times of people from abroad, like Alexandria, Demetrius, or other capitals in the Hellenistic world. So, passing to the last part of my paper, what we see is a formal restructure. So in the end of the 4th century under Cassander, we have new cities, Dion and Pella rebuilt, Thessaloniki, Cassandria, and we have new cemeteries. We see a change. In the beginning, it's combined with monumental tombs with all this luxury, but then we see that after this period, things calm down, and you start to have local responses. And in each of these cases that we saw and in other cases, we see local responses by the common people. And this is something that still has to be studied. And as I said, it's important to study also with the other kind of evidence. As you see, it's complex. So in Amphipolis, we have at least 3 cemeteries. We have mounds. We have things that maybe are not published. And thousands of graves that wait to be published. You see the relationship with the rivers, with the natural ground, with the slopes, with visibility. So it's a multifactorial analysis. And it takes a lot of time, and as things will be published, as happened in Pella, and as we try to do at EGE, I think that we will have a much better understanding of all the sites. Now about the burial practice and typology. As I said, it's important that we have communal graves. For the upper strata, we have the Macedonian tombs. You see that they are continue to be constructed at least until the Roman conquest. Some excavators think they're even later. And in sometimes we know that we have families. We assume that in most of the cases in the publications, but in some cases we really know that it was the same family. The relationship between the Macedonian and the rock cut is obvious. You see here in scale the 2 examples that have been compared in the publication of Dr. Libakia Kamati. And this rock cut type in various forms, bigger, smaller, it begins maybe with even single use, but in the 3rd and the 2nd, it becomes more and more apparent that it's a family, communal, sometimes family tomb. We know that from Veria, you see from the preliminary publications until now, Most of these are actually have a lot of people. They're used by a lot of people, sometimes families. We know it at least in 2 cases by inscriptions that were found in the context of the tomb. So this is important. We can't really say how many people were buried in most of these. We should imagine the experience. I think what we should think is the experience of entering the tomb of the ancestors, small tombs, dark with the lamps, and then you see the remains of people that used to be relatives, friends, associates. So I think this is a different experience. For me, it's very interesting from what we discussed in the conference that this happens in Macedonia in cities that are growing stronger, like Veria. And then you have the cities grow stronger and the people having this communal identity. So as far as I know, it has been marked before, but I think it's important and we should really study this evidence together more in our field. Now, of course, at the same time around the common communal tombs, you have single tombs. So the question why some common people choose the one type or the other, it's very difficult to answer in the present state of publications. From the grave goods, we see that this period of luxury is very brief in Macedonia, 20 or 30 years after the campaign. And then we start to have a decrease and we start to have standardization to the grave goods. Of course, the economical capacity is not the only factor. We saw at Pella and Teye the same 2 capitals. Some people take the graves with them, the other do not. So there are many factors. I cannot really elaborate on that. But I think that this evidence, and especially the evidence of the transition, so from the period of luxury to the period of the later Antigone, should be studied quite carefully and meticulously. Now, in that respect and in these questions, I would like to suggest to the audience a recent project. So it's called by Sociopolis, as you see. It's interdisciplinary and it involves archaeologists and bioarchaeologists, but also historians. And for me, this is important because this was also my idea when I conducted my research in Macedonia, my dissertation in the burial practices, that we need all this together. And you can visit the site. They have applied some quite modern techniques, but also examine how this affects and is affected by the political situation and what happens in Macedonia and Amphipolis especially. So I think this project shows the way to move forward. Now, ending my paper with some very brief comments about the funerary monuments. They're almost always found outside of context, detached from the burials they signified. It's difficult to detect prevailing patterns, as Myrna Kalaidzi said in her fundamental book about this, the figured tombs of Macedonia. We see these models, but we also see the provisional character many times, and we see the adaptation to the Macedonian preferences. The scenes, we have the common scenes like the Xiosi scenes, women in the context of family, of the household. So really the themes are not very special in most of the cases. We have some special cases, but I didn't want to enter that because it will take a lot of time to disentangle the special cases. But the corpus is not very big and it doesn't help a lot to see what we can see in the 4th century or later in the late Hellenistic times. So this is not that well represented period in that kind of material. The children are mostly seeking the adults' protection and affection, in the words of Myrna. And about men, we see soldiers, foot soldiers, mounted soldiers. We also see imagery that underscores bravery and prestige, as in the grave goods, many times, especially in the earliest period. And finally, as Myrna has remarked, we see some stele that introduce the snake, the horse, the libation. So all these elements that we know that would find the very fertile ground in later times, in late Hellenistic and Roman times. But it's important that Myrna stressed that this begins already earlier under the Antigonids. Ending my paper, I hope I'm on time. When Olga invited me to this conference, I made a joke with my parents because I'm born in Athens, and you see, I'm in my scene 6 years old. My father was born in Pella, and my mother is from Laconia. So for me, this conference feels like home, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and for keeping to the allotted time. And now we continue with the team of Pella. The paper will be read by Bettina Tsigarida, and the co-authors are Alexandra Skitsa and Ryuichi Yoshitake about the architecture and functions of the Palace of Pella.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for coming with this weather. First of all, I would like to thank Olga and Bella for the very interesting conference. So I will start with Pella. The Palace of Pella, capital of the Macedonian kingdom, was strategically situated on a plateau of a hill at the northern edge of the city. It offered visual control over the surrounding region, including the lagoon on whose shores the city had been founded, the ancient harbor, the main roads, and the fertile plains surround it. Today, if you go to Pella, you cannot imagine that it was by the sea, but as you see here, it was by the sea, by a lagoon, which was transformed into a lagoon, and later on it disappeared. It was the lake of Yanica, and then nothing. It consisted of 7 building units, 4 of them with the central peristyle courtyard, which were built on a series of ascending terraces from south to north and from west to east. The buildings were connected by a network of porticos, colonnades, staircases, and corridors. The excavation of the palace started in 1959 and lasted for many years. The main excavator was Pavlos Chrysostomou. The use and function of the buildings have been suggested by the excavators. Building 1, the formal building where people could meet the king. Building 4, the royal residence. Building 5, the palestra. Building 6, residence of the royal pages and secondary rooms. Building 3, used for workshops, and also a stable was found there. And then we have building 2. After the excavation, the building 2 has not been completed excavated, and we continued the excavation, Alexandra Skitsa and me. After the excavation we carried out in the building 2, and although it is not completed yet, we suggest that building 2 was probably used for the assembly of the fili, of the companions, of the council, anyway, for the administration of the kingdom. The location, the monumental scale, the complex spatial organization and theatrical presentation of the Palace of Pella made it the prominent symbol of royal dominance, a physical manifestation of the power and prestige of the Macedonian kingship. Access to the palace was achieved from the center of the city. A road led from the agora to the palace. The ascent to the monumental entrance of the palace, the propylon, underlined the ideological separation between the city and the monarchy, emphasizing the transition from civic to regal space, and namely the symbolic transition from the civic space to the royal domain, a domain that was not only physically elevated, but also protected and tightly controlled. In this context, architecture functioned as a vehicle of ideology, articulating and projecting the political authority of the Macedonian monarchy. A monumental entrance, the propylon, is found at the southern face of the palace. It is flanked by an eastern and the western portico. Building 1 and Building 2 are symmetrically aligned behind the porticos of the propylon on a much higher terrace. The floor of the propylon and the porticos, that means the eastern facade and the western facade, as you see, is about 4 meters lower than that of the northern room of Building 1. From 2017 From 2017 to present, the three authors reinvestigated the palace. We carried out research at Building 1, Building 5, and the propylon and the eastern facade portico. While we have also started to re-excavate the mysterious Building 2, but it's not finished. Our research yielded a series of significant finds, including architectural elements and structural details that contribute to a more comprehensive reconstruction of the ground plans of the buildings. The new evidence provides critical insights into the construction phases and use of these buildings. Building 1 contains a peristyle, I'm sorry? No, it's okay. Yes. Building 1 contains a peristyle courtyard and rooms located behind the north, east, and south sides. The remains of the chambers of the west part are poorly preserved, except for a group of small rooms in the north corner. This is the reason that we have left it, we haven't marked anything in part C, in C. A new reconstruction of Building 1 of the Pella Palace was revealed through new observations of the foundations and detailed analysis of the surviving architectural components. Building 1 originally had a Doric peristyle courtyard, a tholos in the northeast, and the vestibule and two androns in the north wing. Earlier examples of peristyle colonnaded buildings are the Pompeion of Athens and the peristyle building in the Athenian Agora. The Vergina Palace and the Pella Palace, both with peristyle colonnaded courtyards, in a way adopted this form, this Athenian form, and put it in the public, this form that existed in the public space of Athens, and transported it into the palaces. In the later phase, the northern wing of the courtyard was largely altered. 3 andrones and their antechambers were arranged in 3 parallel rows, and in front of them was a series of double Ionic half columns. The northern portico was extended, and the remaining foundation of the earlier Stylovatis was probably converted to the base of the podium for the sculpture's display. You see there. The tholos in the eastern side disappeared and was replaced by 2 apsidal exedre placed symmetrically on both sides of the northern corridor. Although this spatial change was not a major physical alteration, it is certain that it led to the creation of a space in a composite building with frontality. It is also possible to see it as a precursor of Zeus' altar at Pergamon and the Asclepieion at Kos, both of which have a symmetrical design with wings. It is also important to mention that in the later phase, 3 semicircular exedre and an altar were added at the court of the building. The palestra, 63.5 by 65, consists of a peristyle colonnaded courtyard building, rectangular plan, porticos on all 4 sides, and an inner corridor behind the north portico, 8 rooms behind it, and a swimming pool at its northeastern corner, which the swimming pool originally communicated directly with Building 4, the royal residence that existed to the east. There are no rear rooms behind the other 3 porticos, the east, the south, and the west. The north portico is complex and comprised 2 oblong spaces, corridors in front of the rooms, which served athletic exercises when the weather was not good, like today, for example. Pavlos Chrysostomou excavated the palestra and compared the rooms with Vitruvius's 10 buildings of architecture. However, a few archaeological finds can testify to the specific function of these rooms. The rooms that can be identified in this survey are the bath, the mosaics room, and the ephebion. By comparing the observation results of the Stylovatis, these are the rooms as they are reconstructed. Well, of the Stylovatis of the peristyle colonnade, with the excavated architectural blocks and repurposed materials, it is very possible to restore the peristyle colonnaded courtyard of the palestra in two phases. In the earlier phase, in the earlier phase, it seems that it had an Ionic peristyle courtyard with, as you see here. And in the second phase, this peristyle did not exist. It is interesting to mention here that the order is Ionic, in contrast to the Doric one of Building 1 and most probably of Building 2. Well, there are also changes in the swimming pool, but there is no time here to mention this. Considering the palestra in the Pella Palace, that is located inside a royal residence, located on the Acropolis, and that the palestra itself was a closed space with few openings, there may be no doubt that it was a physical education facility for the royal pages of Macedonia. In the Macedonian dynasty, the Athenian classical ephebion must have been an important model. On the other hand, the buildings of this gymnasium and the palestra were only beginning to be built in the cities, to appear in the cities, while the main elements were the peristyle colonnaded courtyard, the ephebion, and bathing facilities. Nikos Akamatis mentioned all bathing facilities of Pella and the palace yesterday. Yes. Although the state of preservation of the propylon is very poor, as you see, its plan and general form are documented. A projecting colonnade, whose Stylovatis foundation is still visible, defines the facade of the structure. Internally, it is tripartite, with an upper story, at least in the first chamber, the propylon. The first two chambers of the propylon appear to have remained largely unchanged throughout the period of use, aside from reinforcement of their walls. Excavations revealed particularly interesting features in the second chamber, which measures approximately 6 meters in length and exhibits height difference 1.40 meters between the front and the rear walls, suggesting that the space was most probably originally equipped with a staircase that facilitated access to the third chamber of the propylon, situated higher at the same level as the courtyard of the southern portico of Building 1. You see here the part of the propylon, the portico, the eastern portico, the rooms behind the eastern portico, and on top it's the rooms of the southern portico of Building 1. It's a bit complex. The dating of the palace, the first two chambers appear, yes, to form a cohesive unit with the eastern portico, while the third chamber is connected to Building 1. The dating of the palace has been a problem since the excavation was carried out by a lot of archaeologists. Our investigation sheds some light in the dating of the palace based on architectural and excavational data. The Doric, yes, this is the facade propylon of the propels, yes. The Doric capital. The results of proportional analysis of the Doric capital confirmed that there are several proportional relationships that seem to be closely related to the Doric capital at the Palace of Pella. In terms of period, buildings of the second half of the 4th century BC exhibit the proportional relationships, capital height to echinus height plus annulate height. You can see in the slide. I don't want to read it. It's no reason to read it, and so on. Based on them, we can confirm a strong connection between Doric capitals of the late 4th century BC in the Peloponnese and Macedonia and the northern Aegean. Significant buildings of this period are the Leonidion at Olympia, the Leonidaion, and the Temple of Athena at Tegea, and the Hieron of Samothraki. Thus we have Macedonia and North Aegean. Thus the Doric capital of the Palace of Pella are thought to have been manufactured in the 3rd quarter of the 4th century, based on this, of course, based on this data, and more precisely around 350 to 335. The Corinthian capital. A half-Corinthian capital was found at the southeast of the Palestra and seems to have been applied to the interior half-column of the Ephivaeon. It must also be possible to estimate the dating through comparative analysis from the aspects of syntax, proportion, and stylistic points of view. By comparing these three analyses, the Corinthian capitals of the Pella Palace are thought to have been of common character with the Corinthian capitals from the Zeus temple at Nemea and the Arsinoi Rotunda at Samothraki. Therefore, it can be estimated that the Pella capital was manufactured between 340 and 290. Double half columns and Macedonian architecture. Half columns have indeed been used before Hellenistic period. However, the double half column is innovation in Macedonian architecture. The Palace of Pella includes a lot of them. The double half column was employed in Hellenistic architecture from the 4th to the 1st century BC, though it exhibited distinct characteristics in Macedonia and Pergamon, the difference lying in the presence or absence of a pier. The Macedonian type features a central pier within the double half column, resulting in a larger longitudinal column diameter. This aligns with the use in supporting large span roof structures or entrances bearing upper stories. You remember the entrance in the second phase of the Andrones of room 1 in the palace. The Macedonian type, the Macedonian type double half columns are found in cities associated with the Macedonian dynasty, such as Messini, Megalopolis, but to the best of our knowledge, they're not found in Laconia. Architectural ornamentation, Ionic half capital with necking. A fragment of Ionic half capital with a unique necking band with ornamentation was discovered during our survey. Examples of Ionic capitals featuring a decorative band at the neck are exceedingly rare, with only 2 instances found, the Erechtheion in Athens and the Hall of the Dancers in Samothraki. This fact demonstrates that Macedonian architecture not only ambitiously gathered architectural styles from all quarters, but also gathered new repertoire of motifs, disseminating them throughout the Hellenistic world. 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 The Hellenis and the building phases of the palace. As outlined above, the Doric capitals date to around 340 to 330 BC, while the Corinthian capitals were produced probably around 300 BC. Cross-referencing this with previous researches indicate that the following buildings, the following building steps like early building 1, middle of the 4th century, and likely building 2, with its Doric order colonnade, along with the facade porticos with Doric colonnades of the propylon. They were all constructed in phase 1 during the reign of Philip II. Building 5, the Palestra, which employed Corinthian capitals, was built in phase 1 to 2, together with, that means during Cassander, or about 300 BC, together with alteration, the certain changes in building 1. And finally, there is, a final change during Antigonos Gonatas, and this was probably the result of a need, an earthquake or something like that, because the big parts of the palace were rebuilt, and the foundations and everything. Well, Building 1 was constructed contemporaneously with the propylon Building 2, the middle of the 4th century. It underwent modifications that are not easily understood, and an extensive renovation during the reign of Antigonos Gonatas. These results are supported in a way by the chronological lifespan of the coins that were found in the palace. Dr. Christos Gatzolis has studied them and presented them, and he is about to publish them. It is interesting to mention here that 13 coins date to the first half of the 4th century. King Perdiccas II, Aeropos, Amindas III, Alexander II, Perdiccas III. 34 coins of Philip II, 58 coins during the reign of Alexander III, 55 of Cassander, 21 of Diometrios Poliorkitis, 4 of Lysimachos, 2 of Ptolemy Keravnos or Pyrrhus, and 33 of Antigonos Gonatas, 22 of Philip V, and 5 of Perseus. According to the distribution, most of the coins date to the reign of Philip II, the first phase, the 2 buildings, Alexander III and Cassander, the Palestra, and also during Antigonos Gonatas, the big change, the big alteration. We do mention here that according to the palace architecture, which reflected royal ideology, there was a great change in the ideology of kingship between these 2 main building phases, Philip and Antigonos, which is implied by the new monumentality of the buildings, the type and function of the changes in the north portico, with the podium base for votives and tripods, the new apsidal chambers, and the building of an altar and 3 exedre at the peristyle courtyard, suggesting that this whole area functioned both as a stage for the display of royal authority and as a venue for ritual practices where the king carried out the duties for the care and the protection of the kingship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this fascinating account of the palace. And now the final speaker of this session is Dan Stewart of the University of Leicester, who is going to speak to us on Zoom.
Thanks very much. I hope everybody can hear me all right. It's not letting me share the PowerPoint. So if you could allow, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. Thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, although it sounds like I'm lucky to miss the rain. So, Hellenistic Sparta is a period that obviously elicits a lot of silence despite its significance. Whoa. I can see the sharing has gone awry. Hold on. Doesn't like the PowerPoint. Hold on. I'll try a different window. Let's see if it likes that one better. There we go. All right. So Hellenistic Sparta, obviously quite significant and important, but is not reflected really in survival of our literary sources. We find scattered references to Sparta in the speeches of various Athenian statesmen after Xenophon, but for the most part, their attention is further north towards Macedonia, as we've been hearing about for the past couple of days. Polybius and Diodorus' accounts are both fragmentary and later. And even one of our two kings of the 4th century, Cleomenes II, is a figure who's mostly cloaked in silence. And despite him being one of the longest reigning kings of Sparta, basically what we know about him can be summed up in around 300 words. He's a bit of a historical cipher into which we can place whatever we want about Sparta. Arius, as we've heard and we'll hear later, is seen as being quite a revolutionary king of Sparta, but again, his most famous innovation, perhaps, the introduction of coinage, is known only really from four examples of his silver tetragrams. We know that the Spartans suffered repeated invasions in the early and mid-Hellenistic period, and according to the late author Justin, they erected the first fortification around the city after the invasion of Cassander. Granted, it was only a fence and ditch affair, but no longer could the Spartans claim to not need city walls. And down to the early 2nd century, Laconia would suffer repeated further invasions. Even after its capture by Philopoemen, Sparta remained a major source of military anxiety for the rest of the Peloponnese, until the final defeat of the Achaean League by Rome. Indeed, the frequency with which Sparta and Laconia were attacked and then attacked again is itself evidence of their power, albeit within a context of relative decline. But then, really, what Greek polis was not, in relative terms, less powerful in a world of great Hellenistic kings with their mercenary armies and their navies. So the history of Sparta in this period is one that's framed around military action and kings. And behind it all lies the weight of classical Sparta. In some respects, the historiography of Sparta in this period can be seen as speculation poured into textually empty decades that's reflective more often of the approaches of the scholar than any necessary historical reality. What I want to do is try to strip away some of the pre-existing perceptions of Sparta as a historical polis and approach it from a purely material lens. As a thought experiment, if all we have are material remains, what does the polis look like in the Hellenistic period? What connections does it build? How embedded is it in wider networks within the Mediterranean? If for a moment we ignore the distorting lens of historiography, can we see silence as a gift? So consider, if you will, a tale of two cities. Here are key features represented on the table. These could be just about any Hellenistic city, but both of these are politically significant centers in the Peloponnese. And you can see striking similarities just from an archaeological point of view. City B, in fact, has significantly stronger evidence across all of its categories. City A is, of course, Sparta. What we know about the urban fabric of the polis in the Hellenistic period is gleaned primarily from limited British school excavation on the Acropolis and around the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia, the accounts of antiquarians, and some sporadic American and German excavations in the 19th and early 20th centuries. By far the bulk of our knowledge comes from the dedication and hard work of Ephoria archaeologists. These are, by and large, rescue excavations that provide limited keyhole glimpses, usually conducted in advance of construction. And Christensen and Kramer provide an excellent overview of the long-term settlement history of the polis center. By the mid-Hellenistic period, the city is bounded by its fortification wall, encompassing an area of roughly 200 hectares, according to our literary sources, and it's pierced by 6 gates, according to Coronu's account. But you can see immediately the problem that exists in only looking at material culture. I've already cheated. Actual archaeological evidence for the fortification does exist, but only sporadically. We can't know, on the basis of archaeology alone, how long the circuit was, nor can we know its full course. The best evidence for the fortifications comes from the northeast of the city and the south, corresponding to 3 of the 6 gates: the northeast gate, the Metalla Street gate, and the south gate. We also see evidence for paved roads inside the city and transport infrastructure outside the city. Excavations in 1972 revealed a section of fortification wall and a road close to the site of the modern bridge, and remains of a medieval bridge in the area probably also correspond to ancient Hellenistic or Roman bridge footings. At City B, we have extensive surviving sections of the fortification wall and can trace almost its entire course. City B is situated on a plateau, and some of the edges of the plateau have eroded, but we can be pretty sure about the entirety of the 9-kilometer length of fortifications. There's 7 gates in this city as opposed to 6 in Sparta, and surface survey and excavation at some of these gates have revealed roads, extramural burials, and production sites, especially ceramic kilns and olive mills. At Sparta, excavations at 3 of its 6 gate sites have also revealed roads, burials, and production sites, kilns, presses, storage and transport ceramics. Other excavations suggest that in the town center, density of occupation was increasing across the 3rd century and into the 2nd. And this is what we would expect, really, at any major Hellenistic city at the same time. And indeed, we can see that inside the putative bounds of the 200-hectare area of the fortified city, there's evidence for domestic, industrial, commercial, and religious functions, none of which seem to be particularly zoned. And as with most current understandings of Hellenistic cities, production and industrial structures are located amongst religious and domestic structures. The same is true of City B to the north. There's extensive evidence for industrial, commercial, and religious structures scattered throughout the city, including some quite messy industrial production facilities. The roads of Sparta seem to see long-term use. Excavations on Agios Nikon Street show 6 successive street surfaces made of beaten earth, gravel, pebbles, and small fragments of pottery, and road surfaces that were roughly around 6 meters wide. At the level of the 2nd street surface, real ruts were found, and the roads thought to have ended at the south side of the Acropolis and perhaps served the agora of ancient Sparta. Other examples of excavated roads within the city tend to fall within 4 to 8 meters wide, all with the same type of surface metaling. Beyond a network of paved roads, some of which suggest a measure of town planning, we can also see an uptick in water-related infrastructure within the city in the Hellenistic period, where we can see evidence of drainage and water supply, cisterns and wells primarily. Town planning like this, with paved roads, interconnected water drainage, the provision of water supply, is usually taken to mean a firm centralized authority paying attention to town management. It's accompanied elsewhere in the Mediterranean by epigraphic evidence for town ordinances and building regulations, as well as dedicatory inscriptions thanking Euergetists. City B has more extensive evidence for a road network, which demonstrates clear orthogonality. 18 east-west and 15 north-south streets, ranging in width from 6 to 7.5 meters. Major thoroughfares are over 1 meter wider than the other streets, and there's solid evidence for consistent insula size throughout the bulk of the city. There's no sound evidence for regular insulae at Sparta, and no doubt the road network in the Hellenistic period reflects earlier organic routes and pathways. And this too is common among polis in the Hellenistic period, particularly those that have a long occupational history prior to that point. Evidence for Hellenistic housing in Sparta is limited in the sense that no complete houses have been excavated and published. Instead, what we get are groups of rooms and evidence for domestic habitation in the form of ceramics, particularly table and fine wares and some storage vessels, some hearth, and occasional mosaic fragments. Like an example from the Kutsari property, which shows a mosaic that is late Hellenistic, or an example from Thermopylae Street, where we see a mosaic with lion and other animals, as well as imported Megarian bowls. A separate structure on Archidamus Street featured a small cistern and a bathtub, and furniture fittings, as well as storage pottery and terracotta figurines, all of which suggest some level of domestic habitation dating to the Hellenistic period. The incidence of pebble and figurative mosaics, marble decorative elements, and imported fine wares speak to a wealthy and well-connected city. While it's possible that mosaicists are from local schools, as seems to be the case for the Roman period, the evidence seems to suggest a wider Hellenistic visual vocabulary that lines up with evidence of statuary and royal imagery studied by Professor Pelagia. At City B, we see similar wealth stratification within the city. There's excavated examples of Hellenistic mosaics and evidence of marble furniture fittings, imported fine wares, jewelry, marble veneers, painted plaster, basically all the things we would expect from a well-appointed Hellenistic house. We also have evidence of poorer households with limited access to imported fine wares and an increase in local imitations of Eastern sigillata vessels, for example. City B shows us a city with a mixed demography. At Sparta, the archaeological record as it stands is focused primarily on evidence of the elites. In the hora of the city, we can see shifts in settlement patterns in the Hellenistic period as well. A northern suburb of Sparta, just across the river, begins to expand in the early Hellenistic period. And similar expansion seems to have occurred at Perioikic Geronthrai, where Dutch archaeologists have found 3rd century houses on the Acropolis of the town, which had previously been vacant since the Bronze Age. In the pottery of Laconia in this period, we can see the influence of external stylistic developments and signs of active involvement in trade with the Eastern Mediterranean. At this time, enjoying a resurgence in maritime traffic and trade under the new Macedonian-ruled kingdoms. Sparta's southern ports lay on an important trade route from Egypt to the Adriatic and the Western Mediterranean, and Spartans or Laconians appear to have been active in its exploitation. In Sparta itself, early Hellenistic tombs reveal similar stylistic influence. So, despite adverse geopolitical conditions in southern Greece and the presence of Macedonian forces in the Peloponnese for much of the early Hellenistic period, Sparta's economy appears to have developed, at least to some extent, in parallel with many communities in the Hellenistic world, which enjoyed an overall economic upswing. More than at any previous period, the early Hellenistic period at Sparta and Laconia enjoyed active cultural exchanges with a wider Greek world. This greater engagement with contemporary developments may have begun with the long-lived King Arius, already mentioned with reference to his coinage. Coins that have his own name on them, just like the successors of Alexander, and he's probably responsible for innovations in Spartan royal sculpture. So at this point, we can look at the archaeological evidence from these two places and say that they are both definitively Hellenistic period polis with a lot of shared characteristics. In fact, they look more alike than different. And they're plugged into the same broad networks of trade and exchange. They're both connected cities in the sense that we can see evidence of an elite population that looks outwards. We can see vibrant economic hubs that serve as core redistributive nodes in a wider network within their local regions, as evidenced by kilns and processing sites. What might be unusual about Hellenistic Sparta is the incidence of intramural burial. More than 60 intramural burials are known from the Hellenistic period, that is sitting outside the two large known cemeteries. These take the form of cist and pit graves, or built funerary monuments with 2 levels, or in one case, a marble cinerary urn for cremated remains. The form of the graves is not unusual for the Hellenistic period, in the sense that built monumental tombs occur in many polis, as do cist, pit, and tile graves. Cinerary urns also see an uptick in the Hellenistic period as cremation became a more common choice. But the fact that these burials occur within the city itself does make Hellenistic Sparta, on the face of it, seem like an outlier. These graves tend to appear adjacent to known roads or on the lower slopes of hills, and without the literary record outlining the existence of odes and several centuries of discussion about what that means for topography, this would perhaps be much more notable. But as Christensen pointed out in his 2018 article, there's no archaeological evidence for odes, and no clustering of burials that would suggest the graves were forming community boundaries, as they do in other polis. And he further suggests that despite our belief that intramural burials are unusual, Sparta, Argos, and Corinth all share this attribute into the Hellenistic period. Burials in City B from the Hellenistic period are mostly outside the city walls, with the exception of neonates and sub-adults. In fact, in most of the categories that I outlined at the beginning, the fortifications, the housing, the civic infrastructure, the governance, the commercial and industrial activities, trade and exchange, City B, which is Sicyon, as I'm sure everybody figured out by now, provides a clearer and more specific range of information on the Hellenistic period. But there is nothing in the archaeology of Sparta, including intramural burials, that really set it apart as a Hellenistic polis. In short, Sparta is not really archaeologically exceptional. Of course, there are local particularities, most clearly seen in cult, which I've obviously skipped over completely, but that type of exceptionality, the local expression of wider trends, is the default setting for most Hellenistic polis. Of course, the obvious response to my thought experiment is that, of course, we do have a considerable if fragmentary body of textual material. What does this mean for how we should be approaching Sparta in the Hellenistic period? Primarily, it means we need to be cautious about using literary descriptions as a proxy for material reality. But it also means we cannot ignore, as in the case of example of Pausanias, the evidence of a man who visited Sparta in the 160s and saw much that has since been lost. The tension between the representation of Sparta in text and the picture we gain from the archaeology is ever present. And it's not possible to reconcile those two positions. We can't arrive at a point where we can definitively say that one is more correct than the other. They exist in a complex, codependent relationship that cannot be severed. The long history of classical archaeology is tied to our readings of surviving texts, and the long history of recovery in the deep material record has frequently been re-injected into the texts, so it can be hard to see what interpretations are textually based and what are materially based. A good example of this, of that sort of tension, can be seen in a specific example of the so-called tomb of Leonidas. This large structure, relatively plain in appearance, a rectangle with up to 3 courses of limestone blocks surviving in places. Despite the fact that scholars in the 19th century argued that it was not the tomb of Leonidas, the persistence of the label is striking. It is, for example, labeled as the cenotaph of Leonidas on Google Maps and on local signage. It's almost certainly a temple, perhaps of the archaic period, and almost certainly has absolutely nothing to do with Leonidas. Much of the debate about the identification of the building rests on competing readings of Pausanias, who places the tomb opposite the theater. Visitors to Sparta long identified one of the few visible structures in the valley as this tomb. Lord Aberdeen visits during 1803 and says, I quote, "It was made of big square stones, a simple cenotaph." And he uses Pausanias as his reason for identification. Ludwig Ross, in 1834, includes the tomb as the only ancient monument indicated on his plan of the new town of Sparta, again based on his reading of Pausanias. The French archaeologist Jean-Hippolyte Michon reflected that the tomb was worthy of the name, as a more elaborate structure would, quote, contradict the glory of the most simple and heroic of all Spartans. When the American school briefly excavated at Sparta in 1892 and 1893, they refuted an identification based on Pausanias, with Waldstein briefly engaging in a spat with Nicholas Crosby over its identification and relationship to the topography described by Pausanias. But at every stage of the history of study of this monument, the ancient texts serve as the point of reference for understanding the archaeological material. We can see it in its label, we can see it in Michon's interpretation of the monument as being aligned with his broader cultural reading of what it meant to be Spartan, austere, simple, and solid. In other words, the literary history of Sparta has driven the identification and interpretation of a specific monument. And that literary history drew on both the text of Pausanias and the wider corpus of historiography that describes Spartan history. That wider historiography created an image of Spartans as being predominantly austere and uncomplicated, alongside other tropes. Judgments about archaeological remains were being made on the basis of these texts and the received wisdom of what that meant for the wider culture of the Spartans, and not on the basis of the archaeology itself. And you really need to squint to think of the tomb of Leonidas as being opposite the theater. But the archaeology itself is also being interpreted through the lens of the text. You might agree or disagree with the readings of Pausanias, but Pausanias is central to the argument in either case. The so-called tomb of Leonidas could speak strongly to the soul, in the words of Michon, because of a belief that the Doric simplicity of the Spartans would naturally create this type of monument to Leonidas. So I'm not suggesting through this thought experiment that we ignore texts and only look at material remains. But the opposite is true as well. We cannot reconstruct the history of Hellenistic Sparta by ignoring the material culture and the obvious archaeological connections that Sparta has with the wider Mediterranean world. While I'm inclined to say that Hellenistic Sparta is not exceptional, I'll be politic and say instead it is as exceptional as every other Hellenistic polis, and that's what the archaeology shows us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your survey. Now we have a few moments for questions. I would like the two speakers to come up here, and we will start questions for Dan Stewart, since he is now online. Do we have any questions for Dan Stewart?
Hi, Dan. I don't know if you can see the audience or not, but no, yes, no, no.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Oh, there we go. How are you? Paul Christensen. So thank you for all that work. And I appreciate, I was just going to say that Nate Kramer and I, who did a lot of that work, Nate was convinced that when we were done, that he was going to be able to sit down and reread Pausanias and solve all the problems. And I predicted that that was going to end badly, and after multiple years of work, he set upon with great optimism that he was going to sit down and it was all going to be solved. And then he called me up a few weeks later and said, I am no further along than I was. I can absolutely do nothing with Pausanias that I couldn't do before. So it has been tried again and again, and it seems to be a hopeless cause, at least at this point. So.
Yeah, no, this is the part of the inherent tension that we have with the survival of the texts, is that if we're trying to reconcile what a literary source is telling us with the archaeological reality, there's always going to be gaps, because the nature of the evidence is just fundamentally different.
Nicholas Crosby, who excavated in the 1890s in Sparta, said that Pausanias is taunting the reader. So I will leave it at that. So,
thank you.
Any more questions? So, yes, Bona has a question.
Thank you, Dan. This is Bona Westcote, and I just was intrigued by your identifying the so-called tomb of Leonidas as an archaic temple, and wondered what the basis for that was, and if there are other sacred structures of the same kind of scale and typology.
Well, thanks for the question. Certainly kind of the sanctuaries and cult sites within Sparta aren't particularly well known. We've got more forthcoming publications on the Menelaon that are due to come out, but that was excavated primarily, in the 70s and early 80s. Artemis Orthia is probably the best published sanctuary at this stage, and that was pre-World War I. So the identification of the tomb as a possible archaic temple, that's not my identification. That's through kind of successive re-examinations of it over the course of the late 19th and into the mid 20th century, basically. It appears to be, in terms of the layout, it appears that it's got like a columns and antis and a pronaos and all that kind of stuff. But
I was thinking
of it were so early that the quality of the artifactual information is a bit lacking, which is one of the reasons why we can have 130 years of discussion about what the heck this thing is, except for the fact that it is almost certainly not the tomb, and it was perhaps rhetorically unfair to people in the late 19th and early 20th century, because I think even at that time, once archaeology had really begun properly and moved away from the antiquarian phase, people weren't really thinking of it as being the tomb of Leonidas anymore, but they didn't know what it was. And so the label has stuck because there aren't really any convincing arguments for the identification of what cult figure would be there necessarily. And when it comes to the broader religious life of Sparta in the Hellenistic period, for the most part, we are leaning very heavily on the account of Pausanias, who is telling us in his travel log what it is that he's seeing in terms of those different sanctuaries and where they sit in relation to various odes or various rivers in particular. But for the most part, the material evidence for many of those things is patchy at best.
Okay. So within the city walls, this might be your only example, and is it in? Can you say whether it's in use in the Hellenistic period? I'm just trying to tease out something for the Hellenistic period.
In terms of the religious life of the city, I've deliberately skipped over the cult activity in my survey because it is a little bit more complicated than I thought I could possibly do justice in 20 minutes. There is evidence for cult activity in the Hellenistic period on the Acropolis, at Artemis Orthia, obviously, but in particular at the Menelaon and then at the Amycleon and all the sites kind of outside of the city. Within the city, The evidence for cult comes from like terracotta figurines, for the most part, occasional household altars, but nothing on the scale of a significant public sanctuary, with the possible exception of the round building. But there's nothing that is really particularly definitive. You know, once people see these little glimpses of something, they immediately turn to the text to try to find an identification of it. And it's perhaps like in the epigraphy of the city where you can see kind of the best examples of the cults, but the epigraphy itself is frequently spatially untethered. So we have the inscriptions, but we don't really know what sites they relate to specifically. So, you know, in a kind of if we're comparing Hellenistic Sparta to other Hellenistic polis, I would say it's on a par with those other places which have seen long histories of occupation after the Hellenistic period, in the sense that the overburden of modern occupation makes it really difficult to say specific things about sanctuaries. But on the face of it, there's nothing particularly unusual about Sparta in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions? Okay, for the next speaker, we're going on to Anastasios Kakamanoudis.
Thank you for this very illuminating presentation of the evidence. I would like to particularly stress one point you made, which I think is important, that we need, when we're talking about the great tumulus, we should also think of local agency. You showed the steels that are part of the rubble of the great tumulus, and as you know, there is at least one stele where someone, a local agent, working manually on the construction of the tumulus, picked up the pieces of one stele and carefully put it together. So this is certainly a deliberate act, and I think it is important to compare these two acts, the great royal act of protecting and commemorating the royal family and the royal past, and the individual sense of whatever his relation with the deceased of that stele was, I need to protect this and dedicate it in this big monument, I think.
Thank you for your comment. I didn't comment a lot in the stele because there almost none of these are in the period I wanted to examine today. And already Andronikos and Paliadeli and later scholars have commented on that. I think there is, what you mentioned is important. I think there is more to that. So, as you know, the stratigraphy of the tumulus is unpublished. So actually, as far as I know, working a lot of years at AEA, we don't really know right now where the fragments were. I hope it can be restored by if the stratigraphy is published. But I think what we have, and because Professor Faklaris was in the excavation and other people that are still active, so I think it would be important from what they can recollect or what they know or from drawings to try to find if these fragments are well scattered, if this is a unique case, and how exactly they were inside the mound. Because from what I've studied, I think we don't really understand the mound yet, how it's built. We know some things, but we don't have all the evidence published. So I think if we have that, maybe then we can try and balance how much of it was intentional and how much it was treated as rubble. And that would be crucial to see how the local agents did that. And if we see more signs of, let's say, piety or care, even how the fragments were, if they were in which side they were. Because as you say, the stele of Cleonymos is the only one that the fragments were really treated like that. And maybe it doesn't have to be the same pattern. Maybe some fragments went closer. We don't really know where they were. The obvious choice is that it was in the late classical graves that are very close to the tumulus, actually. But it can be from another site, and we don't have any evidence where they were, but I think we still can find things by publishing first. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much for your paper. I really appreciated how you were bringing together sort of different material from different sites. I just wanted to ask if you could say a bit more about the Biosociopolis project that you briefly mentioned.
Sorry, about?
The project that you briefly mentioned.
Biosociopolis.
Yeah.
So this is actually presented sometime, actually recently. Dimitra Mikhail is doing this in a frame of postdoctorate, found it, she got a grant for that. And so the host institution is the Aristotle University and Professor Sevi Triantafylou. And also Ilias Verkos is involved and other scholars, bioarchaeologists. So I think it's very important because when I did my dissertation on the funerary cast of Macedonia, after I started to try to make the dissertation, I always felt this missing link, that I have a missing link, we don't have the study of the bones, but also we need the historical perspective, and it's really important to have this both. And these three together, I think, is something very powerful. And it's what would really will change things in Macedonia. If you look at other regions, let's say, other periods, like in Crete in prehistoric times, maybe the cemeteries are smaller, but you see that many of these are published, and you have this kind of connection between them in a more reliable way. So in Macedonia, we try to do that, but I think this project, and I hope it continues and be applied to other regions, will be really important to go forward. I think we have reached a stage, but now we need to be more scientific, but more historical also. I think this is a really nice idea. You can find online, so they have the link, so you can find it online and find more information on that.
We have a question from Sofia Kremidi.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I have one comment and one question concerning the material from the cemetery from Aye. What I found interesting, this is the comment, is your remark that the graves up to about 280 seem to be much better, much richer. And then you find a degradation in the sense that they're much more poor. This is interesting because if we compare it to what we know from coinage, it brought immediately to my mind the fact that we have all this gold coinage after exactly the return of Alexander until the 280s. And then after the 280s, there is a break and the gold coinage stops to be produced. So it seems to go into the same direction, your comment on the finds from the cemetery.
I actually wanted to refer to your article about that.
Yeah.
But I spoke without the text. So
yeah, so it's all this money that came in after the after the expeditions, and then apparently
actually
they use it. They run out of money. But the second thing I wanted to ask is, did you mention that there is a drop in the number of burials you have in the mid-3rd century, or did I not understand? Because I had been studying some of the coins from the cemeteries, and then and with the material I had seen, which was not a lot, of course, but I had seen some material, there was a great gap in the mid-3rd century. So concerning the coins, so is this also the gap in the graves, or it was just the coin material that was missing from the graves?
Yeah, okay, so for your comment, and it's relating to that. When I studied for this presentation, I reread your article, and it reinforced my idea. So about the graves, working in the project in the digitization under the directorship of Dr. Angeliki Kotaridou, of course, and the effort of Antiquities of Emathia, I had the chance to, see all the notebooks and digitize all these tombs. So there seems to be a gap. If you look at, I spoke about 370 late classical, early Hellenistic graves. A great deal of them is second half of the 4th century. They're not exactly dated. That means that the 3rd century are quite few. And I wonder if this is all a drop, like we see in the study in the coins, and we see it in other cemeteries. If it's a matter of methodology, maybe such vases are later or used later in the tombs, and we date the tombs with the time of production, but maybe a vase produced in 310 was placed 20 or 30 years later. But there is a gap, and I didn't have time to show many plants, but if you see the plants, you see that we have a gap in the pottery. Even when we studied, when I studied the
So
pottery.
when do you situate this gap?
There is a gap, let's say, after the period of, in the beginning of Gonatas. So we don't have many tombs dated in the third. Maybe it's a matter of excavation. Some of them were dated in Bella's
It
cluster.
would be interesting to compare this with Bella.
Yeah. So while doing this presentation, it was really, I got a lot of ideas about expanding on that. And since I studied the pottery to publish it, I will do that in great detail. So thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Congratulations, Tassos, on your presentation. I found the comparison very useful for us. I have two questions. Basically, I have a lot of questions, but in private afterwards. Question number one, what do you think about the lack of rock-cut chamber tombs in Aegean? Is it a matter of chance, excavation? And secondly, about the existence of weapons in Aegean, again, and the lack of weapons in Pella.
Well, in the first question, the answer is simple. We don't have rock. So as far as I know, even the stone that they use, they carry it from Vermion and other places. And as far as, I've lived in the area, I live in the area, I don't think they would have that kind of substrate as you have it in Veria and Pella, and the rock-cut tombs are appearing in places when you have it. I'm not sure if in Pella you have it in all of the places. I think in your publication you say that some places of the cemetery were more suitable, but I don't think they can make it in Aegean.
If you find the bedrock, then you excavate it and you make the rock-cut chamber tomb.
We have to see...
You mean the bedrock is deeper in Aegean?
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. In Veria, where I live in the Acropolis, and you see the rock there, and if you take a spoon and you try to carve it, it's carved. So it's a convenient, and it makes sense to make it. For your second question, maybe it's very strange. This complete absence seems very strange, since you have all this decoration and all this projection of military value and these manly identities, or these kind of things. You have some sculpture that portrays males in very in poses that would really match having a lot of weapons in the tombs. While I was studying, I didn't have time, as I was coming to Athens, to see if we have any of these in the Macedonian tombs of Pella. Maybe you know it better than me. Do we have any in the Macedonian tombs? I'm not sure about it.
Weapons, you mean?
Yeah.
Very few.
Very few. Because at least in these tombs, we connected with the military elite, you should have a lot of weapons. And in Aegean, you have it in decoration, you have it in the tombs, you have it everywhere. We have at least, as I showed to you, at least 20 in the Hellenistic. So it's really strange that we have this very strange difference. I don't have an answer, but we can discuss it more.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So we continue with the Palace of Pella, and I would like to ask a question. First, I would like to say I'm very happy to see the palace coming back to life. And I would like to ask you, have you investigated the stones and the marbles? I think maybe there is some Parian marble used in some of the capitals.
Yes, we did not investigate the marbles of the capitals, and because you see, it is the investigation is very recent, and we did it for the ESPA, so we do have the time now to do. It's too early, but we wanted to. I think that it was quite fruitful, the investigation, and. But there is more to be done.
Any more questions for the Peleans?
Thank you, Bettina, and all of the team very much for this presentation. Well, if I understand, what you suggest is that you have two phases in this building, one under Philip and one then an addition of the Palestra under Cassander, correct?
I'm sorry. I said that there are two main phases.
Two main phases, yes.
One is the, let's say, during the reign of Philip II or whatever, let's say middle of the fourth century. And at that time we do have, there are two main, I mean, the propylon is built with the two porticos, the eastern and the western, and behind them, two buildings, huge buildings, building 1 and building 2. Building 1 is for the king, I mean, for the formal, the Andrones and all these. Building 2 has a very original plan, I would say, with a huge courtyard, peristyle again, and lack of very few rooms or whatever, at least as far as we know from the excavation, because the excavation is not finished. And we believe that that was for the Philip, for the companions, for the council, for administration.
The question...
Middle of the 4th century.
The question is, do you have any earlier phases? Have you excavated under these buildings?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. The earlier.
Do you have any earlier phase?
Look, we have found not only coins, but pottery as well, a few sherds, but we haven't found anything, and we didn't look for it. I mean, but it wasn't in the foundation of the buildings. And believe me, we worked a lot with the foundation and that was the only way even to afterwards to understand what was before, what was afterwards, because especially during the second phase, okay, let's say second, I say Gonatas, not Cassander, and there were very many changes and foundation change. So we had probably there was an earthquake, and then there was a repair afterwards, and we had the chance to investigate the foundation. There was nothing in that place.
Okay, thank you.
But we don't know. It's a really huge plateau.
Has a question.
Bana actually has many questions, but I'll keep it to one so we can have a coffee. I just want to understand the position of the propylon, and is it does it stand between buildings 1 and 2 so as to form a facade across the entire, linking those two courtyards together? Okay, that was my question. That's quite remarkable.
It's not only, it's before and between. You know, there is the entrance, and then you can go either to 1 or to 2. Yes.
Okay. Yes. And I'll hold my other questions till after the coffee break. Yeah.
Any more questions? Oh, okay. And then there's a question by Annalise.
So thank you for your presentation, and it's really, as Professor Palagia said, to see the palace being reinvestigated and restored. My question is about the topography. So from what we know, the north wall of the classical city is much to the south, and the palace, since you have this data that is the first phase is under Philip, would be outside of the wall. So do you think there would be a special wall or a fortification system? What's your ideas on that?
No, yes. You mean around the palace or from the a fortification that would unite the...
No.
Around the palace?
Yeah. What would be the defense of the building in that period?
At that period, first of all, we don't know the exact plan of the palace. We know only these buildings, the ones I mentioned, but no, there wasn't. I mean, anyway, the facade and then there were the two buildings with the walls and everything. I think they didn't need more fortification. Don't forget that it was a period that Macedonia was really very had power, was powerful, the period of Philip II. And then afterwards, after Cassander, when Cassander expanded the city, and it was in that period also that we do have the north fortification wall of the city immediately north of the palace.
Just a comment on that. Do we have other palaces that will be outside of wall? I'm not specialist in palaces.
Yes.
So we have examples that are outside of the walls, right? Okay.
Question from Annelies.
Yeah, thank you very much. As the others said, I'm really pleased to hear more about the work that's been done at the palace. I just wanted to ask you, you mentioned the changes under Gonatas and how you said big parts of the palace were rebuilt and reflecting a sort of change of ideology of kingship. I wondered whether you could say a bit more about the nature of these changes, like what do they look like?
You mean in architecture?
Yes.
Yes, I mentioned this. Yes. First of all, there was a change, a great change in building one, the formal building with the andrones. The two andrones became three, and the size changed, and thus there was a big podium that was built, and the podium supported sculpture and tripods, marble tripods or stone tripods, marble tripods. We have found only tiny pieces of them. And then there are two, I mean, in the first phase, there was as follows. In the second, during Philip, in the second phase, there are two apsidal buildings that flank this area, and then there is the podium, the apsidal rooms, chambers, and then there is the altar and three exedra in the courtyard. Thus, this is a great change that does, I mean, it does manifest, it does show a different, not status, but I would say that the kingship has changed. I mean, the ideology has changed, and we do know, of course, that the king was the prime priest, and he was supposed to look for the well-being of the kingship and of the kingdom, etc., etc. But I think that this is also manifested. It's shown there, and it is also, look, this is a royal power, and look, this is something, I mean, probably not deified, but it's something important here.
Thank you.
Question from Panos. Oh. Any more questions? Yes.
Thank you. Could you tell us a bit more about any cult activity? If you have any more indications about cult activity happening in this building one, or any indications?
You mean for the podium? You mean
yeah.
The podium? Yes, we found, although we were the last to excavate and to investigate, because unfortunately this really important building one has been excavated since 1959 in the beginning. They didn't understand that it was a palace, they thought it was something else, etc., etc. However, thanks to good luck, Pavlos Chrysostomou, when he was re-investigated the palace, because Pavlos Chrysostomou did a great job in the palace, he found, and we have seen them, of course, there are in our storerooms parts of the tripods and other things. We believe that there was also for sculpture. We haven't, unfortunately, we have not found any sculpture there, but we do know that the Romans plundered the palace, or not the city, but the palace was plundered. And to tell you the truth is sometimes we really, we have this feeling okay, afterwards, it was, the whole area was left and it was, there was, the stones were stolen and all. But we have this idea of the plundering and the destruction.
Thank you.
A question from Celine, I think.
Thank you very much for this presentation. So it was great to hear that, in fact, what we read in literary sources, that Philip II richly decorated the city of Pella because he had a special attachment to the city. He grew up there. We know now that it's true from what you are saying. It's the palace, the earliest phase is Philip II, or at least the most monumental one. I was wondering if it is time to take more seriously under consideration what Miltiadis Hadjopoulos proposed some years ago, based on strong arguments from the historical point of view, about the transfer of the capital from Aigai to Pella, whatever this transfer was, because Aigai remains the religious capital of the kingdom. Miltiadis proposed to date it under Amindas and not under Archelaus, for which there is no literary evidence at all about the transfer of Archelaus, only that there is a palace that was decorated by Xerxes or whoever, the palace of the Macedonian king. Thank you.
Yes, I think that is, we don't have much evidence, of course, and I know what Miltiadis Hadjopoulos has written. It's very interesting and has a basis. I just want to say that in the city of Pella, because this is also important, in the city of Pella there is a little evidence of the first half of the 4th century. That means probably even before Philip II, but there is okay. We do know the classical war that is again during the reign of Philip II, but okay, probably it is or it isn't. There is no much. We didn't find anything more than that. Definitely, there is no. At least we didn't find the palace of Archelaus. I don't know if it is somewhere else, but we didn't find it.
I think this concludes our session, and we are now entitled to 20 minutes of a coffee break. We'll be back at 10 minutes past 12.
Dear friends, my name is Kostas Bourazelis, and I was asked to preside in this session of this very interesting colloquium, A Tale of Two Kingdoms in historical respect. The first speaker will be representing 4 speakers, as I have been informed. Mirina Kalaidzi will speak to us on Hidden in Plain Sight, New Insights into a Painted Frieze from Hellenistic Thessaloniki, which represents work by 4 collaborators, and this is then also a very good example in scholarly collaboration. Mirina, from the Greek National Research Foundation, a main researcher there, you have the word.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, good afternoon. Let me begin by expressing my sincere thanks to the organizers, Professors Olga Palagia and Mona Westcoat, for the kind invitation to participate in this highly engaging conference. It offers our team the opportunity to present our ongoing research on a group of 6 painted marble blocks, now kept in the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki, that once formed part of a frieze with painted figured scenes from an unknown monument of Hellenistic Thessaloniki. Our study is still in progress, and at some points our questions still outnumber our answers. We shall therefore present our main findings to date, together with our principal line of interpretation and tentative identifications. Today I have undertaken the responsibility of representing our team, whose core members are Maria Stamatopoulou of the University of Oxford, Giovanni Veri of the Art Institute of Chicago, Maria Kokori of Northwestern University in Chicago, and the present speaker. Andreas Karidas, Kalliopi Tsamba, Hortense Delacotre, Tonogan Bouffet, and Manolis Petrakis have collaborated at different stages of the project, each offering their expertise to the interdisciplinary study that these blocks demand, and will also contribute to the final publication. The blocks came to light a century ago. They were uncovered during an excavation conducted in 1924 by Stratis Pelekidis, then director of the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki, in the area of the Roman Agora of the city. As Pelekidis notes, the excavation was undertaken for the foundations of the houses of Mr. Varelas and Mr. Yanoutas on Olympus Street, and the plot is still known today to scholars studying the sculpture and the historical topography of ancient Thessaloniki as the Varelas plot. It is located just to the north of the excavated site of the Roman Agora, of which it once formed the northern terrace, modern Olympus Street running between them. Together with high-end sculptures dating from the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD, the blocks were found reused as building material in a group of walls in the southwest part of the excavated area of the plot. These walls were assigned a date in the late 4th, early 5th century AD by Pelekidis, and are now generally believed to have post-dated the main building excavated in the plot, dated between the mid-2nd and early 3rd century AD, and initially interpreted as a library, whereas later as part of a complex devoted to the imperial cult. The excavation by Pelekidis was never published, and the only very brief contemporary mention of the blocks appears in the introduction of an article he devoted to the statue of Athena of the Medici type, discovered likewise reused in the 1924 excavation. In a footnote, Pelekidis mentions 6 painted blocks from a frieze, also naming a few of the many marbles found together with the statue of Athena. In order for the spolia to be removed, the walls in which these were found were dismantled, as an excavation carried out in the same plot in 1973 by the then 16th Ephorate of Prehistoric and Classical Antiquities for the construction of an apartment building did not locate them. To cut a rather confusing story short, we are missing any further illuminating information regarding the precise conditions of discovery of the blocks. Following the removal, the blocks were listed in the inventory book of the Archaeological Museum of Thessaloniki, each with a laconic description, marble block with colored representation. The first publication of the paintings came many years later and is owed to Maria Tsimbidou Avloniti. who presented them in 2 papers delivered in 2013 and published in 2017 and 2018. Tsibido Avloniti based the descriptions of the scenes primarily on macroscopic observation and standard photography, as technical photography applied in the late 90s had not revealed further clues. We would like to cordially thank her for supporting this new undertaking of ours from the start and for generously sharing with us her knowledge and insights. It is thanks to her that these paintings were made known to the scholarly community, that their significance was duly recognized, and that their military and cultic overtones were rightly emphasized. Enter New Age technology. We thought it worthwhile to revisit the material and subject the blocks to the magnifying lenses of cutting-edge technology. Over 3 visits during the course of 2024, we applied a series of scientific examinations to investigate their paintings. In September 2025, we returned in order to conduct archival research, to examine more closely the architectural features of the blocks and apply photogrammetry to produce 3D digital models, a sample of which you see here. For their employment as building materials, the blocks were partly recut, reworked, and in the Roman period re-employment, secured to a position with the generous application of a pinkish coarse mortar containing tile inclusions, which varies in thickness and placement from block to block. There are indications that after discovery, the mortar was mechanically removed from the front surfaces of the blocks, probably sweeping away substantial layers of pigment as well. The maximum preserved length reaches 80.5 centimeters, the maximum preserved height reaches 41.5 centimeters, and the maximum preserved thickness reaches 27 centimeters. Their height appears more or less uniform, while greater variations appear in their length and thickness, which, however, have been affected by their redressing for re-employment to a greater extent. In the cases where the original surface of the blocks is preserved, the stone dressing appears of high quality with fine workmanship and diligent smoothing of the final layers. For the time being at least, the surviving blocks cannot be joined in sequence, nor do we know how many blocks we are missing. What we have is a small group of blocks that originally belonged to a larger ensemble, forming a continuous frieze. However, we have been able to observe 2 mason's marks, namely a lambda at the upper left corner of block 901 and a pi at about the center of block 903, which provide evidence for the dating of the fabrication and first use of the blocks, as well as for their subsequent history. That they should both belong to the second use of the blocks is indicated by the positioning of the front surfaces, especially the positioning of the pi, which is squarely incised over the painted figure. Taken together, and here I would like to thank Paschalis Paschidis, Elisa Siumbara, and Nicolas Papazarkadas for sharing each their expert knowledge with me. Taken together, the 2 letters provide a date in the 2nd century BC, and thus a terminus antequem for the construction of the monument to which the frieze originally belonged, and a date for the first reuse, which immediately makes their use in the late Roman wall in which Pelekidis found them a 3rd, at least, phase in their long life. The paintings are preserved only in the foundational layers. The dark red hue that predominates represents the ground layer on which the painter would have proceeded to model the figures and the details of the scenes. Although this can no longer be appreciated, as the scenes are, for the most part, preserved as flat areas of color or faint, sketchy brushstrokes, technical photography and scanning have confirmed that polychromy was the frieze's original grand design. While data analysis is still ongoing, the following pigments have been so far identified: red and yellow ochres, used for skin tones, garments, and main architectural and scening components; Egyptian blue, used for garments, pieces of armor, elements of architecture and scenery, or the decoration of pieces of furniture; cinnabar, detected on a few isolated spots, including the garment of one of the figures on block 900; lead and arsenic-based pigments, possibly lead white or augment, realgar or pararealgar, the latter detected in garments. Let us now turn to the iconography of the frieze. I will first offer a brief description of each scene, as time permits, in the random order of their inventory numbers, and then I will rearrange them so that they follow our current understanding of the friez's general subject matter and broad sequence. So, on block 900, 2 armed men are striding towards the viewer's right, out in the open, both dressed in a short chiton, cuirass with pteryges and high-laced sandals. The man on the left carries a spear and a shield, as probably did the man on the right, who also wore a chlamys. On the right part of the scene, on block 901, an armed man is shown ascending what looks like a ramp. He is shown striding towards the viewer's left, wearing a billowing short chiton, chlamys, helmet, and high-laced sandals. With his left hand he holds a shield, while with his bent right arm he brandishes a spear. The massive rectangular structure which rises in front of him must be identified as a gate, which consists of an outer pie-shaped part corresponding to its stone construction and an inner orthogonal element which should correspond to its wooden doors. A group of at least 4 helmeted men is shown on the other side of the gate, turned towards it in intense movement and unclear action. On block 902, an armed man is partially preserved on the right in a short chiton, cuirass with pteryges and high-laced sandals. To the left rises a pillar, the upper part of which is missing as a stone is broken, around which coils a large snake. To the left of the pillar stands a female figure whose feet, shod in sandals, do not touch the ground. Their tips point downward, giving the impression that the figure is hovering above the surface. The identification of the figure as a Nike with a billowing garment was confirmed once we discerned in our visit last September the curved outline and feathering of one of her wings. I don't know why this is happening, but anyway, this slide just draws your attention to the fiale that the Nike is holding in one of her hands, and luckily this is preserved. So she's holding a metallic fiale towards which the serpent turns. A series of late Hellenistic and Roman imperial reliefs, which represent multiple variants on a shared prototype, the best preserved of which is now in the Louvre, offer a close and highly instructive parallel to block 902, suggesting the idea that the pillar in the Thessaloniki block could also have supported the Palladion. On the left part of the scene on block 903 stands a small statue set upon a rectangular base, around which probably coils a snake. The upper part of the statue is again mutilated by the breakage of the stone. The elliptical element visible beside it should be identified as a shield, indicating that the statue represents an armed Athena. To the right of the statue stands a man dressed in a long sleeveless garment, typical of figures of religious or hieratic role or function. He points at the statue and turns toward a group of armed men, comprising at least 4 figures, the foremost of whom, in a metallic cuirass, stands out. On the left of block 904, a partially preserved female figure is seated on a throne, wearing a chiton and a chymation, her feet resting on a footstool. Her silhouette stands out against the luminous white of the backrest, owing to the use of Egyptian blue. In her left hand, she holds a scepter. To the right stands another female figure in a long chiton and a himation, and then follows a sacrifice scene with a rectangular altar adorned with a garland represented in the middle. A woman burning incense and a man perhaps holding a small incense burner or simply gesturing follow, while the right leg of a second man, possibly bringing a sacrificial animal, is preserved in the lower right part of the scene. This is the only block to depict purely ritual acts of worship with no pictorial reference to wartime hostilities, and we propose to identify the female deity with era, owing mainly to the presence of the scepter. Lastly, the figure of an armed man is clearly seen on block 905. He is dressed in a short chiton, a cuirass with pteryges and a gorgonion, a chlamys and high-laced sandals. With his extended right hand, he holds a metal vessel with which he pours a libation over an omphalos set upon a base. The omphalos is equipped with the agrinos, the woolen net, while a snake coils around it. The VILs show a high concentration of Egyptian blue immediately to the left of the omphalos, which likely belongs to the chiton of a woman standing next to it. In all, we are dealing with excerpts from a larger narrative that included action scenes and scenes of worship, with an accentuated military character evidenced by outright military operations or the presence of armed men. The deities depicted or invoked are Athena, represented by the Palladion, Nike, Hera, and Apollo, represented by the Omphalos. Of the three blocks representing action scenes in which part of a story is clearly unfolding, the boldest case is block 901, which depicts an offensive against the walled city, while block 903 brings a group of warriors within the precinct of Athena, where a Palladion stood. These are the two key blocks for unlocking the subject matter of the whole group. The presence of the Palladion, which was central to the story and the iconography of the Trojan War, and the scene of the siege, together with the high concentration of divine figures, strongly suggest that we are faced with episodes from the sack of Troy. The type of cuirass worn by the advancing warrior in the scene of the siege, which compares to that worn by main characters of the epics in vase painting, corroborates this idea. Hera, Athena, and Apollo were, of course, among the major divine protagonists of the Trojan War, fiercely meddling in favor of the two opposing camps. Thus, on block 905, we propose to identify Achilles sacrificing to his divine adversary, Apollo. One of the several occasions when the god took offense at Achilles' actions and the hero sought to appease him was related in the Ethiopis, in the aftermath of the killings of Penthesilea and Thersites, and this is cited here just as a possibility. We propose to read the scene on block 903 as a visual compound depicting Helenos in his capacity as a seer, revealing to the Achaeans one of the keys to the fall of Troy, namely the theft of the Palladion, for, quoting from the Little Iliad, while it was within the city walls, the city could not be taken. Block 902 are showing one of the protagonists of the theft of the Palladion and ensuing events, shown here after the successful completion of his mission and foreshadowing imminent victory, or even Neoptolemus, whose recruitment was indeed one of the prerequisites for victory revealed to the Achaeans by Helenos. Block 901, as representing one of the many visual versions of the moment when the Achaeans, having emerged from within the Trojan horse, have opened up the gates for the comrades to enter the city, in other words, the final attack. While lastly, for block 904, we cannot be entirely certain whether Hera was shown as integrated into the narrative sequence or whether we should envisage two different sections of the same frieze, perhaps even on different sides of the same monument, one devoted to storytelling and another to representations of the venerations of gods who had a dual character as divine major players of the Trojan War and principal deities of the Greek pantheon, two capacities of particular significance for the ideological, political, and cultural politics of the Macedonian ruling class. The frieze would have thus depicted events related to the sack of Troy, as recounted in the poems that followed the Iliad, namely the Ethiopis, the Little Iliad, and the Iliou-Persis, or a medley of these, without the need for literary accuracy or specificity, as is also the case in other artistic media that represented the theme. Events that would eventually lead to the vindication of Sparta and its gravely insulted king. To conclude, the high quality of workmanship of the blocks, the use of luxury pigments such as cinnabar, the subject matter of the paintings, and the fine spot of the blocks, which, as the rest of the reused material from the Varelas plot, should come from the vicinity of the building in which they were recycled, that is, from the broader sector that continued to constitute part of the city's civic center during the Roman imperial period, all suggest that the frieze to which these belong would have adorned the walls of a public building of Thessaloniki, perhaps a small temple, even with the precious columns that everybody is after. The blocks, therefore, present a strong candidacy for recognition as one of the very few surviving vestiges of monumental non-funerary public architecture of Hellenistic Thessaloniki, introducing into the public imagery of the city one of the most symbolically charged and pervasive literary and iconographic cycles of the ancient Greek world. The theme of the sack of Troy would have served a commissioning authority on multiple ideological levels: to proclaim martial prowess, heroic endeavor, and divine favor, to participate in a shared Pan-Hellenic identity by showcasing a time-honored account of glorious conquest, and to assert power by royal emulation, posing as the rightful heir to the Macedonian throne and to the heroic and Homeric ethos upon which Macedonian Temenid royalty had modeled itself in more than one way. The time frame for the construction of the still elusive monument is set by the foundation of Thessaloniki in 316-315 BC, and the first reuse of the blocks in the 2nd century BC, and thus plausibly the demise of the Macedonian kingdom, its rulers, and their physical landmarks under the new Mediterranean superpower of Rome. Thank you very much for your attention.
The spiritus rector of this colloquium, Olga Palagia, will speak to us about how Sparta embraces modernity in archaistic relief of the Dioscoroi. I may ask her permission, due to the content, to dedicate this paper to the memory of our colleague Panos Valavanis. You are going to speak also on Panathenaic amphoras. Well, I'm sure that Panos would have very much liked to listen to you, but we too. Please, Olga.
And now for something completely different. Sorry, I don't know how to change the slides. Ναι, αλλά πρέπει να...
Πρέπει να μπει στο...
Εντάξει. Από αυτό δεξιά, αυτό εδώ.
Θα το βλέπεις λιγάκι έτσι, για να βλέπει.
Ωραία. The Dioscoroi, originally known as the Tyndaridai, were among the chief deities of Laconia, worshipped from the archaic period down to Roman times. Their mother Leda was married to the Spartan king Tyndareos. She bore Castor and Clytemnestra to Tyndareos, but on the same night coupled with Zeus in the form of a swan, and gave birth to Helen and Polydeuces. Helen came out of an egg. The original egg was set by Pausanias to hang from the ceiling of the sanctuary of the Leucippidai, the brides of the Dioscoroi embellished with ribbons. Polydeuces, Zeus's son, was immortal. His brother Castor, being mortal, was killed by the Messenian Lynceus, whereupon his brother petitioned Zeus to allow him to share his immortality with Castor. In this way, the twins alternated their days between the underworld and Olympus. Castor had a tomb near the Acropolis of Sparta, where he also received cult, while Polydeuces had a separate shrine elsewhere, but no burial. The twin brothers were worshipped in a number of locations, but their main sanctuary was the Phyveon near Therapne. Needless to say, none of these sites has been located. The Dioscoroi were considered patrons of athletics and the military. Their dual nature was particularly suited to the double kingship of Sparta. Herodotus informs us that the kings carried images of the Dioskuroi when going out on campaign. After Cleomenes I and Dimaratos fell out while fighting together abroad in 506, only one king was allowed to go into battle carrying a single image of one of the twins. Simonides tells us that the Dioskuroi were reputed to have accompanied the Spartans to the Battle of Plataea, while Plutarch records their appearance as stars in the Battle of Aegispotami. It is interesting that no actual Spartan king fought in either of these battles. A series of stone reliefs dedicated to the Dioskuroi were produced in Laconia. Most are made of gray Taigetos marble and are now housed in the Sparta Museum. Because they are chance finds without context, they are difficult to date unless accompanied by an inscription. Scholars often differ in their assessment of their chronology. Artworks in Laconia are abundant in the Archaic period, but are few and far between after the 5th century. The arts in Laconia flourish again with the advent of King Areus in the 3rd century and continue well into the Roman imperial period. The earliest extant relief of the Dioskuroi on the left of the screen, dated by common consent to the second half of the 6th century, is made of limestone and represents two naked youths with long hair carrying spears and facing one another. The sides of the relief are decorated with two snakes. Serpents are frequent companions to the Dioskuroi, no doubt emphasizing their chthonic aspect, but also their heroic status. Even though this relief is not inscribed, it is generally thought to represent the divine twins by comparison with the fragmentary relief of Taigetos marble on the right of the screen, which is dated to the end of the 6th century and shows two warriors facing each other and dedicated to the Tyndaridai by Plestiadas. The inscription describes the artwork as an image of the Dioskuroi, thus using both names of the twin gods for the first time. There were also aniconic representations of the twins. Plutarch refers to the dokana, wooden vertical beams joined together by crossbars, symbolizing the brotherly love of the Dioskuroi. A 5th century stele from near Sparta shows the dokana as an allusion to the Dioskuroi, with twin snakes winding up the vertical beams. The dokana reappear on later reliefs of the Dioskuroi, sometimes accompanied by twin amphoras, as on this 2nd century relief dedicated to the Dioskuroi by Argenidas, which also depicts statues of the twin brothers. The amphoras, like the dokana, are usually taken as aniconic representations of the Dioskuroi, showing not one but two dokana, also a pair of lidded amphoras, and the statues of the Dioskuroi on a single relief can be attributed to Hellenistic overkill. We will have occasion to discuss this relief later on. The earliest known representation of the twin amphoras is a pedimental stele of Taigetos marble in the Sparta Museum on the left. Even though it is not inscribed, it is usually taken as an aniconic representation of the Dioskuroi. The amphoras, as symbols of the twin gods, persist down to the reign of Nabis in the early 2nd century and beyond. Some of his coins, like the coin on the right, carry a head of Heracles on the obverse and the twin amphoras on the reverse. By that time, the double kingship had been abolished, but the Dioscuri remained as a potent religious symbol of the city. The amphora's relief was originally dated to the 6th century, but no pedimental stele from Laconia is known before the 5th century, beginning with this relief in Taigetos marble and the pediment coming from the Mani in Areopolis and now in Copenhagen, shown here on the right. The most recent date proposed for the amphora stele is the end of the 5th century. These amphoras here do not resemble any known ceramic or metallic shapes of this period. Moreover, their significance is unclear. These amphoras have been interpreted as prizes associated with games, but there is no record, literary or visual, of such prizes from games in Laconia. Their shape cannot be associated with cremation burials either. I suspect that the original function of these amphoras may have been obscure to the Lacedaemonians themselves, as will become clear in later representations of these vessels. We now come to the relief I wish to discuss and which has been featuring in our poster. It is a stele in the Sparta Museum made of Taigetos marble. It does not have an excavation context. It is crowned with a tenia and an epistyle and topped with a pediment. The images of the Dioscuroi are strictly symmetrical. They are shown in profile, facing each other, holding spears and wearing chlamydes. Their arms closest to the spectator are bent, while those close to the relief background are raised. Their long hair is tied with a headband. Only the outlines of the images are modeled. Their facial features would have been picked out in paint. The center of the relief is dominated by two oversized Panathenaic amphoras that reach out to the figures' heads. The amphoras have large conical lids with knobbly tops. Finally, the pediment of the relief is decorated with a large egg, which is flanked by two serpents. This relief appears frequently in the bibliography and has been dated to the 6th century by the majority of scholars, with the exception of the German scholar Turi Lawrence, who in 1991 pointed out that there are no Laconian reliefs topped with pediments before the 5th century. And also he pointed out that the amphoras do not resemble archaic and classical amphoras. In fact, Lawrence compared them to pairs of amphoras appearing on 4th century clay plaques of the Dioscuroi from Taras, although those two are quite different from the amphoras on our relief. Lawrence proposed a rather arbitrary date in the reign of King Cleomenes III, and he didn't really argue for this date. Subsequent publications reverted to the original 6th century date. We will return to the question of dating very soon. Although eggs are sometimes represented as votive offerings on Laconian reliefs, as for example on the famous relief from Chrysafa, now in Berlin, on the right, Here are the eggs. The size and prominence of the egg in the pediment of our relief almost certainly alludes to the egg of Leda, which bore Helen, the daughter of Zeus and sister of the twins. Let me remind you that the actual egg was supposed to still exist and to hang from the ceiling of the sanctuary of the Leucippidai in Sparta. This egg was also represented in a number of red figure vases of the second half of the 5th century BC. A large mug found in Kinouria and now in the Athens National Museum shows Helen breaking out of the egg, which is deposited on an altar. Zeus's eagle hovers over the altar and the egg, while Leda runs off in amazement. The scene is flanked by the Dioskuroi leading their horses. This mug, which is very large, is probably of Laconian manufacture. A series of Attic red figure vases show a slightly different version of the story, which includes Tyndareos. This bell crater in bone represents the egg placed on an altar, which is next to a statue of Zeus, raised high on a column. Leda stands over the egg, accompanied by her mortal husband, Tyndareos, while the twins, without their horses, look on from the right. It has been argued that the Attic vases depicting Helen's egg were manufactured during the Peloponnesian War and testified to the Athenian effort to claim Helen as an Athenian heroine. The story, however, was also current in the art of the Lacedaemonians, as attested by the mug from Kinouria that I just showed you. The pair of snakes flanking the egg on our relief may well allude to the twins themselves, and so do the giant amphoras on the main scene of the relief. The appearance of two aniconic representations of the Dioskuroi alongside their own images may be also understood here as overkill. Whereas the 6th and 5th century reliefs dedicated to the Dioskuroi that we have seen so far tended to represent either the twins or one of their aniconic representations, in later periods, aniconic representations are piled up next to the images of the Dioskuroi. A good case in point is the relief excavated in the Veneto and now in the Museo Maffeiano in Verona, which we saw earlier in this paper. It is inscribed with a dedication to the Dioskuroi by Argenidas. Recent isotopic analysis of the marble confirms its original provenance from Laconia, because this marble comes from the quarry of Mesapos in the Mani. From the left, we see statues of the Dioskuroi, each wearing a himation and a pilos, and placed on a common pedestal. They are followed by a pair of gigantic Panathenaic amphoras set on a taller base, and there is an altar in front here with a representation of a boar. The boar probably alludes to the sacrificial victim. A rocky promontory is modeled on the right with a warship floating on the waves. The votary, Argenidas, wearing a himation, with right hand raised in prayer, stands on an outcrop facing the Dioscuri. His proximity to the ship suggests that the Dioscuroi are here evoked as protectors of sailors. A snake hovers above Argenidas' head. Finally, two dokana rather than one are set on top of the rock with the remnants of the word anakion visible underneath. And there's a word, you can see eon. This relief is dated to the 2nd century BC on the evidence of letter forms. The shape of the Panathenaic amphoras also points to Hellenistic examples. It is, in fact, the shape of these amphoras that first alerted me to the problem facing anyone who studies our relief on the right. What are two giant Panathenaic amphoras that look distinctly Hellenistic doing in an archaic relief of the Dioscuroi? Looking closely at the Panathenaic amphoras of both the Argenidas relief and our relief, one is struck by the angular shapes of their lids and their bases, the relief rings which are articulating their pointed ends, and by the figural attachments of their handles. You see these rings here and there, and their handles have attachments. All of these features strongly suggest metallic prototypes. The closest parallel I could find to the amphoras on our relief is a mosaic depiction of a Panathenaic amphora in the 2nd century House of the Trident on Delos. This amphora represents a two-horse chariot in the black figure technique. Its relief ring under the body and the position of the handles recall the amphoras on our relief. The Panathenaic of the House of the Trident is also thought to echo a metallic prototype, and it is completed with a palm branch and olive wreath. All this is taken as an allusion to a victory in the Panathenaic Games. We have already seen that there is no evidence of amphoras offered as prizes in any games organized in Laconia. And we cannot, of course, argue that the Dioscuroi on our relief can be associated with the Panathenaic Games. But we do endorse a date in the 2nd century by comparison with the amphora on the Delos mosaic and the amphoras on the Argenidas relief. The strict symmetry of the images of the Dioscuroi and the abundance of aniconic symbols on our relief, in this case the amphoras and the snakes, must rule out a 6th century date, and the relief should be properly described as archaistic. Fragments of Panathenaic amphoras of the late 6th century were found in the temple of Athena Chalkiikos and the sanctuary of Menelaus and Helen, no doubt dedicated by Lacedaemonian victors in the Panathenaic Games. Surviving images of chariots on the fragments of these amphoras indicate that they were winners in the chariot races. So far as I know, no fragments of Hellenistic Panathenaics have come to light in Laconia. The amphoras appearing on our relief probably draw on metallic examples accessible to the sculptor. I do not believe, however, that they were chosen as tokens of the Panathenaic Games. The fact that they stand as iconic images of the twins rather suggests to me that the original function of such amphoras had been lost by the 2nd century, at which time any amphora shape would serve as an allegory of the Dioskuroi. By that time, the twins had also lost their significance as patrons of the double kingship of Sparta, which had ceased to exist. The archaistic relief on the screen can thus be seen as a nostalgic evocation of a glorious past.
Thank you very much, Olga. Once more, your strength in interpretation must be admired in this paper. I think we may have the discussion. Both papers are really innovative in several respects. Mirina, please come also here. I hope the microphones function, my own functions now. Thank you very much. Well, are there questions on Mirina's paper, remarks, and so on? If I may venture a question myself, it was really admirable how you have combined all these elements. Would you venture an idea about what these marbles belong to? What should we envisage, even experimentally, as a monument to which they belonged?
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. I can assure you it took a lot of hard work from all of us. And the truth is that it is very much still a work in progress, but we decided to present it exactly because we thought it's quite significant and because we tend to believe that, unlike most of the evidence from Hellenistic Macedonia, is not a tomb find. So the evidence on that is suggestive, not conclusive, but as I said, we tend to that. So we, for the time being, we would like to refrain from suggesting any particular type of building, because there's still much to be done. The models I just showed you, we just processed like a few days ago, and the videos I received like a few days ago, and I just pressed the play, so we haven't had the time to really study them. There's still a lot to be confirmed, because of the re-employment twice, these blocks have been subjected to much reworking, which affects dimensions, affects plumbing, joints, etc., etc. So there's a lot of work also to be done, comparing to other buildings and parallels. So for the time being, we were consciously refraining from that.
I personally respect your modesty.
But just as an example, one could envisage a small temple, and very, like in the, let's say, in the dimension of the temple of Athena Nike on the Acropolis, something like that. But that's just a.
First, I would like to congratulate you on this really wonderful paper.
Thank you very much.
And I want to ask two things. Do we have any other representations of the Trojan War from Macedonia? And the other question is, could it be after 168? It is Hellenistic, but it could be after the Roman conquest.
Well, we do have representations of the Trojan War, not, of course, the Liu Perses I showed on relief vases, but you're not asking about those. I guess you're asking about monuments. You can think of the, of the wider Trojan and epic cycle, like even the abduction of Helen by Theseus, if you can count this in. But in general, no. And this is also because we have all these this is another reason why we tend to believe that this should not be considered as a funerary monument, because the deities that we have and are present in the Trojan War are not deities connected to the underworld cycle and realm, whom we have like in tombs. And the second story was?
The other question is, although this is Hellenistic art,
could it
be after 168? Because really, I mean, the idea of having the Trojan War is not Macedonian.
No, but I believe, we were very, very lucky to have these two Mason's marks, because otherwise we would be completely like in guessing about its date, because based on stylistic grounds, one cannot really date those paintings because of the anyway, dating painting is a bit subjective. But again, especially due to the bad state of preservation, we would like to have the Mason's marks. But I would say that saying that Trojan War is not Macedonian is because of the evidence that we have preserved.
We have now.
That we have now. And we should start, I would suggest, thinking and taking into the Macedonian kind of realm and territory, iconographical territory, very, very, famous Pan-Hellenic and hallmarks of Pan-Hellenic art. And we should allow them to also have these kinds of expressions that are not just, not in our record for reasons of preservation, not of choice.
We have no evidence either way. That's my answer.
Yeah, okay. We have this now.
Yeah, but we don't know the date. Could be after 168.
My answer would be, I would no, because I think it should be related to the Macedonian royalty, as it, if you look at the Temenids, I showed that shield from the tomb of Philip. Lots have been written about it. They did style themselves on Homeric poems, and they did compare themselves with the Homeric persona and grand heroes. And Alexander with Achilles had a very, very special bond. And not only did he style himself, but also the sources after, really, really made a fuss about it. So our line of thinking would be that this is very much something within the royal propaganda, or anyway, cultural or ideological politics of the Macedonian royalty. So that's how we would.
Troy is relevant both for the Macedonians and the Romans. And so far, I would not insist on this point. Anyway, any other question, remark on Myrina's paper? I cannot see from here very clearly. Selini.
So, thank you very much, Myrina, for this talk and this presentation. I would like to add to what Olga said. Many areas in Greece reinvented themselves after 167, and some areas also earlier because of the arrival of the Romans in any way, and let's say, Trojan profile of the Romans. There are cities in Epirus that reinvented their legendary background, like Vuthortos or whatever, and it is with this spirit. While the Macedonians, I think, if you see their names, the ones that they have a mythical name, it's a name that refers to Orestes, which is part of the Achaean, let's say, world, and no others that refer to the Trojans themselves. Yeah. Just to take that under consideration.
I have no objection to that, but I'm just saying that we should not disregard the evidence that we have on the monument itself, and the two letters that we have are quite a telling dating criterion. And I think, one should start with the hardcore data that one has, and then, see how this fits into the wider historical or even narrative. So our case would be for the Hellenistic period.
Even the Alexandra of Lycophon is now redated to the.
Sorry?
Even the Alexandra of Lycophon is now redated to the after the arrival of the Romans.
Yeah, but we have no reason to do that in that case. So you have to have some concrete reason for which to date what you have in your hands, like to the Roman period. We don't have this. We have reasons to date it to the period of the kings. So I don't think that we should disregard it and just because we know that Greek communities in the Roman period reinvented themselves, just take it there. I think we should stick to what the monument has preserved.
Thank you. Just
sorry, I would like to add that we should. We have very few vestiges of Hellenistic Thessaloniki and its monuments. Now I was going through the publications of the metro excavation, and now there's a Doric capital that was found. So actually, I think that we're used to thinking of Thessaloniki only in its Roman kind of expression. And we do not know what to expect of Hellenistic Thessaloniki for one, and we do not know what to expect for Hellenistic non-funerary Thessaloniki for second. So we should start, I would suggest, opening our spectrum to accept alternative evidence to what we're used to find in Macedonia.
The problem with constant habitation.
Yeah.
So it's because of the Byzantine, so you do not destroy the Byzantine. And then if you destroy it, you come to the Roman, Hellenistic is lost.
Yeah. Which is also the case with the Agra, right? And all this discussion.
Yeah, but I didn't ask my question. Thank you. Just in terms of speculation of what Olga and Selini said, I think that I would at least expect, since the Palladion was there, if it was Roman, to see a representation of Aeneas. If it was Roman, Palladion and Aeneas should have been there. And I think that the absence of Aeneas, of course you said that you don't have all the slabs probably of the monument. I think that the ex silentio monument argument in that case might be arguing in favor of Hellenistic dating of the monument rather than the Roman one. I would really expect to find Aeneas if it was Roman.
Thank you. If I can offer an opinion, I think that the authors are correct in the dating of the frieze, because although we don't have this kind of iconography in painting from another monument, there are some elements in the iconography which sort of draw from the early Hellenistic tradition. For example, the warriors resemble very much the Lefkadia warriors. And the posture of the woman interpreted as Hera is quite close to the Kazanlak woman who is crowning the horseman. So if we see these particular elements, I think we are very well into the Hellenistic period.
Thank you very much for that point. I should have mentioned it, yeah. Which is actually this is also for further thought and, research. It's very interesting to, review the Macedonian armed men and warriors that are represented on Macedonian tombs in light of finds like that, and how they would draw parallels with heroic figures of, again, mainland and Attic-based painting. So we have a touch of classical Greece. Thank you.
Just the beginning, long trip. On Olga's paper, the only thing I would personally contribute as a remark on Olga's really very, very interesting paper is that if the symbol of the Dioscoroi is somewhat revived in this period of the 2nd century, perhaps this had an importance for the parallel fortune of dual monarchy in Sparta, which was a fatal development exactly in that period. And perhaps it could have to do with exactly the extinction of the double kingship in this period.
Well, I said that Sparta embraces modernity because archaism in Sparta, we don't have any other examples of archaistic art in Sparta. They haven't survived. So, so far as Sparta is concerned, it's modern. They are embracing a modern means of expression. And I think the Panathenaics are very beautiful and impressive. And they must have seen some beautiful metallic silver amphoras, original, so they are copying them. But I believe this relief is made after there are no more kings. It's after the kingship. So it's retrospective. They remember, and they're very sad.
Nostalgia is historically very interesting, always. Any other remarks?
Me once more. Selini Psoma. So thank you very much, Olga. And I would like to say something about the coins that you showed. These coins have been dated by Gunnar von Herschelmann under Nabis. We know today, and we have also a recently published hoard, that these coins date after the abolition of the monarchy. That means after the death of Nabis. Yes, and that's much better for your chronology.
Thank you.
These are the coins that, you know, the wreath on the reverse, in which the two amphoras, reference, as you said, to the Dioscuri, is exactly the same as the one on the coins of the Achaean League. And we have this hoard published now by Apostolou. And if you see also the BCD volume, these coins date after Nabis. Thank you very much.
Well, Professor Palagia, thank you very much, first of all, for organizing this great conference. But do you hear me? Yeah? Do you get? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Aristopoulos from University of Cyprus. Yes. Well, so again, thank you very much for organizing the conference. And especially thank you for showing us all these parallels on your argumentation on this Dioscuri frieze. Well, if I was to think what could connect this era of Sparta, Delos, and the Panathinaik Amphora, all in that time frame that you used, I would just like to suggest and leave this up to you for further consideration. I think that behind all this could be a strong Ptolemaic influence, especially when it comes to the usage of the Dioscuri, the Sip. I would also add the frieze from Verona. And I think that it is the Ptolemies at this time that are influencing and are the, let's say, allies, benefactors, the ones that are setting the trend in Sparta, in Athens with their donations, especially in the second half of 2nd century in Athens, and of course in Delos. So
I would just leave this up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any Ptolemaic influence in Sparta after Cleomenes III. And this is much later, so I don't know.
Hi, Olga. Thank you very much for this really interesting talk. My name's Luke, Hofstra University, American School. You've been talking about how the Dioscuri are looking backwards and maybe this nostalgia for the kingship after the kingship is gone. But what about looking forward and the Euclid dynasty and the claims to Dioscurid descent that appear later? So we see in the Roman period claims to descent, like 37 generations from the Dioscuri, 36 generations from the Dioscuri on stelae, on inscriptions. And then some Spartans make claims to be descendants of the Heraclids as well. So you have competing genealogical claims. And my only point about that is the Dioscurid descent seems to be in tension with the Heraclid descent. And so maybe the Dioscuri are in the Hellenistic period after the kingship is gone is a different kind of elite claim or formation, and that's interesting. What do you think about that?
I can't answer that. It's going too far. I mean, I don't want to connect it because this is not Roman yet. In the Roman period, of course, and we have the same in Athens. Many Athenians, they're saying they're descendants of Miltiades. And of course, this is all rubbish. Anyhow.
There is no rubbish in history.
Well, my husband thinks he's a descendant of Archidamus III, but he's the only one who believes that.
Well, any other question on this really very inspiring Well, then, thank you again for two very inspiring papers. As I said already, it will be the beginnings of future investigation. Thank you very much indeed.
So we're moving towards the final session, last but not least, certainly. We're talking about money and economy and coins, and the title of the session is All That Money Can Buy. And the first paper is by Thomas Clements from the University of Edinburgh. He's going to discuss social buying, how this way of buying the freedom in Sparta and the development of heritage. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καθηγητές και φοιτητές, θέλω να ευχαριστήσω πολύ τις καθηγητές Παλάκια και Westcott για την πρόσκληση να μιλήσω σε αυτό το εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρον συνέδριο και την οργάνωση αυτής της υπέροχης εκδήλωσης. Η καθηγητής Παλάκια μου είπε ότι έχω πελοποννησιακό μουστάκι και ελπίζω ότι αυτό τουλάχιστον σου προσδώσει πιστότητα στα λόγια μου. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak at what's been an incredibly interesting conference. This paper discusses some of the developments which may have occurred in the system of heritage as it existed in Hellenistic Sparta. Nigel Kennell wrote of the subject in 2003, and I quote, "There will never be a definitive picture of the Helots in later Sparta, since the evidence is so scarce, even in Spartan terms. All aspects of any reconstruction, including this one, his own, are open to challenge and reinterpretation." I agree. There has been much greater discussion of developments in Hellenistic economies and slavery since he wrote these words, and so I hope to draw this topic into this wider research context, as well as dwelling on some of the conference themes of Sparta's interactions with Macedon in the Peloponnese. John Marr has recently argued that slave systems like Spartan heritage disappeared in the Hellenistic period as part of his Great Convergence, contending that the unarguable institutional convergence of the Hellenistic period pointed towards a broader social, political, and economic convergence, in which, and I quote, "groups of serfs, such as the Helots of Sparta, seem to have rejoined the citizen body, or at least vanished as separate formal categories, with the concomitant generalization of chattel slavery as the basis for the economy," end quote. In this paper, therefore, I hope to test both Kennell's reconstruction and Marr's convergence from the rather limited vantage point of Hellenistic heritage. In the classical period, Helots were not serfs, but privately held slaves, though the property rights slaveholders possessed were restricted by the polis. In this sense, in its legal reality, there is no essential difference between chattel slavery and helotic systems of slavery, both being supported by private systems of title. The economic mechanics of the helot system were, however, radically different. Spartiates relied on rent extraction from the helots in the form of agricultural surplus, which they then used to pay their mess dues. The slave supply was maintained, as shown by a fragment of Ephorus, fragment 117, sorry I haven't included it in my slides, through a ban on external sale beyond the borders of Spartan territory, as the fragment attests, and private manumission. Public manumission by the polis, attested between 424 and 371, are confined to the manumission of helots who either had served as hoplites in the Peloponnesian War, such as those who served with Brasidas, and the so-called Neodamides, the new men of the Demos. These are people who, it appears, are manumitted for the purpose of serving in the army. So the main topic of my discussion today is this passage, this rather confusing passage from Plutarch. Now, I should say that at dinner last night, I was cautioned by my co-panelists about the dreadful quality of Plutarch as a source and how little can be based upon it. I agree with both of them. What I'm trying to offer here is a kind of potentially a possible reconstruction of the condition of helot manumission in the Hellenistic period, using Plutarch as my starting point. This is the start of a much broader research project on the Hellenistic Peloponnese, so I'm very open to alternative suggestions and correction. So I'm actually going to begin with another passage from apologies. I appear not to have included a key text on the slides, but that doesn't matter. So in this all too brief summary, this brings us to the 3rd century, in which Plutarch paints a picture whereby the Spartiate citizen body, this is down in the reign of Agis, has been reduced to a mere 700, of which 100 own both land, ger, and a kleros, and then a remaining 600. Now, Plutarch adopts a very moralizing tone in this passage and imagines not only a citizen body which is small and impoverished, but one which has fallen into irrevocable moral decline. He not only talks about kind of economic impoverishment, but also the fact that this is a citizen body that is incapable of defending its community because it's too caught up in internal factionalism. It really is incredibly stupid of me not to have put that passage on the slides, but there you go. Idleness and bitter scheming are the natural outcome of expulsion from the Lycurgan citizen body and the denial of the requisite leisure. In other respects, of course, this image paints a very plausible picture. A landowning elite had continued to inherit land to the exclusion of the majority of citizens, leading to a situation in the mid-3rd century where only a small number of Spartiates could maintain their traditional lifestyle. This also implies two other groups of citizens, those who had been excluded from the citizen body and those who are still citizens in name, but not landowners. So just to explain a little bit, we have, if one is unable to pay one's mess dues in classical Sparta, you are no longer a citizen. That is how the property qualification is enforced. So the assumption has been that the way that you can have 100 landowners and 700 Spartiates is that the 600 others are indebted to the landowners. It also must be the case that this system resulted from quite substantial changes in the underlying economic structure of the Peloponnese and in Laconia itself. And now I'm going to concern myself with this question of manumission for the remainder of the paper. So we have this text from Plutarch again, an episode during the Cleomenian War, just prior to the Battle of Sellasia. Now, through this act of manumission, we have the text here, if we believe Plutarch's figures, 6,000 helots were manumitted. Now, here we can see the classical pattern of manumission is preserved in at least two respects. First, this is an act of manumission conducted by the polis. As Paul Christensen has already shown in his keynote, Cleomenes instituted a more autocratic and personalised form of government. In this act of manumission, Cleomenes appears to be exercising a power which was once collectively exercised by the deliberative institutions of the polis. And this is relatively clear from the text of Thucydides, where we're told that in 424, the Spartan assembly voted to manumit those helots who had served with Brasidas. And we can see that it actually, there's a interesting, if not a causal similarity between later manumission inscriptions, where we have the manumission on the one hand, and then the instruction to kind of go and do or live wherever one wishes. Second, the purpose is, at least in part, for helots to serve in the Spartan army, though this is only partially the case. In the late 5th and early 4th centuries, the hoplite service of Neodamides was motivated by a gradual decline in citizen manpower. Cleomenes' decision to manumit helots bears a far greater resemblance to the desperate requests of the Spartiates to the Perioikoi and helots during the Theban invasion of Laconia, described in Xenophon's Hellenica. However, more than it clarifies, this passage raises some very significant problems. The first one is the size of the act of manumission. We have 6,000, this would have been a significant chunk of the helot population. Only 2,000 helots were recruited into Cleomenes' army, which leaves 4,000 helots doing something else upon their manumission. And I think a number of possibilities present themselves here. First, the remaining 4,000 are women and children, the families of the helots compelled to fight in the army. Second, the remaining 4,000 helots may also have included those carrying out other compulsory labour. Several other sources and the kind of extensive archaeological evidence that's already been presented in this conference refer to the construction of various forts in Laconia by Cleomenes, which would have required significant labour power and raw material. And Leonidas Soukleris' and Lee Madsen's papers have discussed this. Third, rather than being conditional, 2,000 manumitted helots simply volunteered to fight. I think this is probably the least probable option, but I think it's another possibility raised by the text. Neither of these options is, I think, mutually exclusive, and a combination of perspectives is more likely. Now, a further problem is the potential for the manumission of so many helots to have a significant effect on the labour force. Let us accept for the sake of argument the figures of Plutarch that I quoted earlier on. The citizenship figures in the kind of later 3rd century are broadly the same as they were in the mid-3rd century. Speaking entirely hypothetically, if we assume that these helots are just from the broader, the smaller category of landowners, this would have been 60 helots per landowner, or 8 helots if it's spread throughout the entire body of Spartiates. Now, whatever the true figure, I think the logic behind this text is that this was a significant chunk of the helot population. Another problem is the question of where the helots would have acquired 5 Attic minae in order to pay for their manumission. Kennel has rightly notes in his paper that this was a common enough figure in Hellenistic manumission inscriptions. Common, however, does not mean cheap. And we are left with the question of how the helots acquired this capital. In the Delphic manumission inscriptions, for example, 5 minae was a high enough sum to relieve the manumitted person of the need for paramone, and there's no Delphic manumission which has that figure for manumission that includes a paramone clause. So this is, I think, one possibility. By the mid-3rd century, many helots were no longer agricultural slaves and were working in trades which granted them both practical and financial autonomy. As Hodgkinson has already argued, helotage was defined by a high degree of absenteeism. Helots were, however, essentially agricultural slaves, and some level of supervision of their work was always possible through intermediaries. Plutarch tells us that the Spartan citizen body had become increasingly impoverished, aporos and atimos. An absence of extensive land ownership would have excluded many Spartiates from citizenship. Alain Bresson has plausibly suggested that one of the only means by which they could have maintained their status was through becoming indebted to other wealthier Spartiates. This much must be true, but it was not perhaps the only means by which they could attempt to maintain their status. If helots had by the Hellenistic period begun running workshops in other settlements throughout Laconia from which their masters collected the income and allowed them to keep some of the proceeds as a manumission savings account, if you like, then a lack of land ownership need not necessarily result in poverty and indebtedness. And I think this is potentially a way of kind of marrying this passage with all of the other evidence that we have for growth in the Hellenistic economies, and a lot of the kind of evidence that's been drawn up by the Sparta Letro excavations, for example, reveals a lot of agricultural growth in the Hellenistic period. This arguably does significantly dilute the logic of the classical Spartan economy, which was geared towards feudal extraction from the Helots, and Plutarch may well have seen the decline in landowners primarily as a moral rather than an economic issue. However, this would create a situation, like in the rest of the Greek world, in which slaves were able to build up something approaching a capital reserve to purchase their freedom. What I think this explanation does not quite account for is the size of the manumission, and here we must return to Ephorus. Even into the Hellenistic period, whatever other transformations occurred in helotage, there is no indication that the polis lost its sole right of manumission of helots. The number of helots manumitted, therefore, can be accounted for both by the desperation of Cleomenes to manumit helots for military service, and as I've just tabulated some of the relevant sources here, you can see that this is a very common thing that Hellenistic communities do in times of crisis. This was an established, by then defunct, practice in Sparta, and what we might call the pent-up demand of manumission. If the polis did not grant its permission for helots to be manumitted, this would have created a situation in which many helots were simply sitting on the requisite funds, assuming their masters allowed them to have access to them. It was only after Cleomenes dismantled the majority of Spartan governmental institutions that this change could be effected. Now, this is just one theory. I'm very open to criticism and alternative ideas. Now, another discussion that has occurred as a relation to this large active manumission is whether it's stuck after the invasions of the Peloponnese by the Macedonians, and in particular after the intervention of Philopoemen in Sparta in the late 3rd century. I certainly don't think there's any reason why this decision wouldn't have been continued to be valid after Cleomenes' deposition. Although the truth of the matter is we do not really know. The Delphic manumissions reveal that Laconians certainly were not immune from the chaos of the later 3rd century. The documents record the manumission of at least 13 individuals who are described as being from the Laconian genos, or some cognate expression. All the documents appear on the Great Polygonal Wall, the earliest dating to 196/5 BC, and the latest to 173/2. The date range and the small number of individuals, no Laconians appear after that final entry, suggest that these are individuals who had been captured at some point in the Cleomenean or social wars, or perhaps more likely in an Aetolian raid. If these individuals had been enslaved as war captives, then this of course renders their previous status irrelevant, though would not preclude them from being unfortunate ex-helots who are re-enslaved through capture. Polybius discusses the widespread chaos and disaffection at Sparta, including the murder of an Aether, apparently with the king's sympathies. So I think, we must model for a certain level of chaos on this point. So to try and kind of draw together this rather speculative series of suggestions, we can briefly return to Mar's conclusion. I think there are problems with applying this notion of a great convergence to the Peloponnese, because many of the developments that Mar identifies do not seem to occur. Warfare very much continues. There is no great democratic awakening in Sparta. If anything, the kind of damaging logics of the classical system continue into the Hellenistic period. The 4th to 2nd centuries are a time of political instability and warfare. As a structural reality, it may well be true that heritage disappeared, that this was not due to the liberalizing of Spartan institutions or to a democratic awakening. Economic change in the Hellenistic period and the continuing weaknesses of the Spartan tributary regime led to the bottoming out of the system. The introduction of payments for manumission was a reflection of these underlying changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you for respecting the time as well. We have some extra minutes to spare. And with our next speaker, we're entering hardcore numismatics.
Yeah.
Selini Psoma, Professor Selini Psoma from University of Athens will address the subject of sovereignty and coinage in ancient Greece, the case of Hellenistic Sparta, testing Thomas Martin's thesis in Sparta.
Thank you very much, Olga and Bona, for this invitation. Now, 40 years ago, Tom Martin, in his Sovereignty and Coinage in Classical Greece, challenged an opinion communist that linked coinage to sovereignty in a way deriving from medieval and early modern practices. Martin examined Thessalian coinages under Philip II as a case study. His basic conclusion was that by minting significant quantities of coins and putting these in circulation, a state, in our case Philip II, can certainly limit the needs of other states, the Thessalian cities, to mint their own coinages. Although there might be some problems as far as the chronology of some of these Thessalian coinages is concerned, and the relation also of Philip II and his successors with Thessaly, the basic argument is correct. Further studies have shown that there are no cases that a foreign state imposes its own currency to another state. What is pretty surprising is that Sparta, and its case as leader of the Peloponnesian League and the most significant power in mainland Greece down to 371 and Leuctra, is not discussed and not even mentioned in this book. Classical Sparta provides a parallel case. Although Sparta did not have its own coinage until the Hellenistic period, it did not have a currency to impose. It had its own way to finance military operations that are the primary reason for minting coins. Before tackling the Hellenistic coinage of Sparta, down to the death of Nabis, I will try to describe briefly how Sparta managed to pursue a policy of grandeur without its own coinage. Setting aside traditions concerning the use of iron coin and Spartan hostility to coinage, that I do not believe, we need to stress two things. First, Sparta was not a unique case of a city not having its own coinage. Only 1/3 of the Greek cities minted their own coinage during the archaic and the classical periods. Second, Sparta was a city with very substantial resources. Before 369, Sparta controlled 2/5 of the Peloponnese and had all sorts of resources with the exception of gold and silver. But who had gold and silver? Rich agricultural land, marble quarries, timber, iron from the area of Kivnouria, and other metals. To go back to how Sparta financed military operations abroad, we need to turn briefly to Spartan practices down to the 3rd century BC. I'm sorry I forgot the PowerPoint. The reaction of Sparta's allies to Archidamos' concerns about money in the meetings of the Peloponnesian League preceding the beginning of the war points to payments by the allies. The case of Sicyon, which began minting its own, her well-known silver coinage at the beginning of the Peloponnesian War, has already been advanced as a hypothesis. Sparta did not hesitate to hire mercenaries and make others pay. It was the case of Brasidas and his allies in Macedonia and Thrace. As we all know, during the last years of here some coins that paid for Brasidas soldiers. During the last years of the Peloponnesian War, the Persian king, his son Cyrus, his satraps Tissaphernes, Pharnabazus, and occasionally some cities assumed the cost of Spartan military campaigns. This was the spirit of the Treaty of Miletus and its two renegotiations. Just after the end of the war, a tribute was imposed on the new allies of Sparta. Some years later, Sparta found money to finance the campaigns against the Persians of the years 399 to 394 by selling booty and obliging its allies to contribute to the war efforts. This is the spirit of the so-called Spartan War Fund. Mercenaries were systematically hired, while during the Spartan-Olynthian War, the city of the Eurotas received money from cities, Aeginet and Statos, etc., that did not wish to participate. One can date expeditions undertaken with the aim of contributing to Sparta finances after Leuctra. Agesilaus II led its army to Egypt in 361, Acrotatus, son of Cleomenes II, to Sicily in 315-4, and Acrotatus' brother Cleonymos to Taras in 303-302 BC. Thus, for 3 centuries, Sparta managed to finance military operations without minting its own coinage. In these military operations, mercenaries were involved. This was the way wars were fought from the 4th century BC. Sparta adapted itself very easily to this situation and, as we have seen, was also among the first to introduce official mercenaries. Hiring and paying mercenaries during the last decades of the 4th and the following centuries was a major concern of cities and kings. Among them were the last Temenids and the Hellenistic monarchs. To finance military operations, they minted adequate coinages with the types and name of Alexander III at the beginning and later with their own types, name and royal title. To pay various obligations, among which military contributions, Greek cities of Asia Minor and Magna Greece minted also Alexanders during the 3rd century BC, marking their identity with a symbol. This was the common point between Greek cities and sovereigns, Alexanders. The earliest coinage of Sparta were Alexanders minted by King Areus. Sparta continued with silver coinage on the Attic standard down to the years of Nabis. These are the years we are going to concentrate on. We will concentrate today on Sparta's production down to 192 BC, based partly only on the work of Susanne Grunar von Herschelmann. We begin with King Areus. This son of Acrotatus, who succeeded his grandfather Cleomenes II in 309-8, reigned for 44 years. During this long reign, Areus was much involved in military operations. He was the leader of the Greek forces in the war against Antigonos Gonatas that began in the aftermath of Couropedion and was defeated by Antigonos' allies, the Aetolians, the following year. Some years later, he responded to the request of Goth in Crete to provide help and was absent from Sparta when Pyrrhus invaded Laconia. After quickly returning with a force of 2,000 men, he supported Argos under attack by Pyrrhus. His victory over Pyrrhus gained him fame and prestige. In the Treaty of Alliance with Athens of 269-8, the so-called Decree of Cremonides, his name occurs near that of the Lacedaemonians. Areus tried to help Athens, which was besieged by Antigonus, and in this effort he was supported by the Ptolemaic fleet stationed in the Isthmus. But right in the middle of the war, he was killed at Corinth in 265. We are told by Philarchus that it was Areus and his son Acrotatus who introduced to Sparta habits of the royal cards. After his death, there were statues of him at Olympia by Ptolemy II and by the city of Elis, also at Olympia. Areus was the first Spartan king to mint coins. He minted Alexander's in a Peloponnesian mint and replaced Alexander's name with his own name and title. Given the nature of Spartan double kingship and its peculiarities, the use of its name in the treaty with Athens mentioned above, as well as his coinage, are of special interest. The two are linked, and it has been assumed that it was Areus' own resources who paid for this coinage. Spartan kings were not poor. We are told by Plutarch about Agis 6,000 talents in coined money. The types of Areus' Alexanders are the standard Alexander's types, Heracles, head and Zeus on throne. This was not only of a Palladian character, but fitted perfectly Sparta's legendary and religious background. King Areus was, as all Spartan kings, a priest of Zeus Lacedaemonius and Zeus Uranius. And as all Spartan kings, he was also a descendant of Heracles. And it was not the first time that the ancestor of Spartan kings was celebrated in a coinage, the so-called Sin coinage of the early 4th century BC, minted by cities of Asia Minor, depicted baby Heracles killing the snakes, a reference to the Heraclid origin of Agesilaus II. The choice to mint Alexanders does not surprise a specialist of the coinages of the Hellenistic period. For all reasons discussed above, international character and function as a coinage responded perfectly to military expenditure. One needs to add that it was also the Aetolian League that minted Alexanders with a jawbone as mint mark, a reference to the Caledonian boar, the parasimon par excellence of Aetolia. This was during the war against Demetrius II of Macedonia. The Aetolian Alexanders share the obverse die with the earliest of the well-known silver tetradrachms of the Aetolians on the Attic standard, with Aetolia seated on Macedonian shields on the reverse and the legend Aetolon. Like the Aetolians, some decades later, the Spartan king needed to pay mercenaries on various occasions during his long reign. From that point of view, Alexanders were the ideal coinage. It is difficult to say more and be more precise about the date of these Alexanders. It was a coinage that emerged from the need to pay mercenaries. It was a simple coincidence that it reproduced types referring to the king's ancestry. We are continuing with silver obols on the reduced Aeginetan standard with bearded Heracles' head on the obverse and his club between two stars, referring to the Dioscuri on the reverse, might have preceded Areus' coinage. The earlier series were minted without the first letters of the ethnic, La, that are to be found on the second series. Their types involve once more Heracles, and this time also the Dioscuri, significant Lacedaemonian cults. The first letters of the ethnic on the later issues clearly refer to the Lacedaemonian ethnos, state. Their weight standard, the reduced Aeginetan, reveals that these were oriented to circulate in Spartan territories and could also be present in areas where this standard was prominent, i.e. the Peloponnesian central Greece. However, their Lacedaemonian types involve mainly local circulation. As these are not present in hordes, it is difficult to say more. Parallel to these obols were minted bronze coins in two denominations. The heaviest of them reproduce the types of the obols, while on the lightest, the reference to the Dioscuri are on the obverse, the club of Heracles and the ethnic on the reverse. As the obols of group 2, these are on who are in the reduced Genetan standard. We might have hemiobols, hexachalca, and their halves trichalca. The so-called Ptolemaic bronzes were minted in two denominations. There is no reason to consider the types of this group as Ptolemaic. Eagles and thunderbolts were clear references to Zeus and are present in a number of mints. What is clear of Ptolemaic inspiration in these coins is the pattern of closed and open wings to denote the two different fractions. As far as the connection of these coins with Ptolemy III and his financial help are concerned, I will cite two observations from a publication of mine from 2009. First, as bronzes of Ptolemy III with his portrait were present in the Peloponnese, mainly at Corinth, I propose to consider the possibility of a local mint and direct military pay. This was fully adopted by Catherine Lorbert in her coins of the Ptolemaic Empire, who went further and associated these bronzes with payments of the to the garrison of Corinth under Aratus. Second, the famous support was most probably donations in precious metals, and I will come back to this commenting on the so-called Cleomenes III Attic weight tetradrachms that are following. The Attic weight standard with this male head and the types you see on the reverse, which was identified either with the Xoanon of Artemis or Threa or the sculpture of Apollo Amycleos, were attributed to Cleomenes III. Their weight, the Attic weight, links these coins once more to military needs. Different identifications were proposed, among which Antigonos Doson, Areus, Ptolemy III, etc. The ethnic and the Lacedaemonian type exclude, of course, the Macedonians and Ptolemy III. The highly hypothetical identification with Cleomenes might suggest the needs of the so-called Cleomenian War of the years 229 to 222 BC. For Grunara, this was the beginning of Spartan coinage. After the Cleomenes reforms, the attribution to this king could be supported by two things. First, he was heavily involved in military expenditure during his short reign, and if we read Polybius and his life by Plutarch, these reveal his endless wars against the Achaeans before his defeat by the Macedonians at Sellasia. Second, Cleomenes had the means to finance his military involvement, although the help provided by Ptolemy III, Ptolemy asked the king to send his mother and children as hostages to Alexandria in return for this help. Cleomenes made 500 talents by liberating these helots we have just heard about, and who were able to pay 5 silver Attic mines each. These 6,000 Neothamodis, to use Spartan terminology, might have later served with him at Sellasia, probably not all of them. We are told by Plutarch that his wife Agiatis, Agis' widow, was very rich, and also that earlier in his reign, this Cleomenes proposed to Aratus double the money he received from Ptolemy III annually. It asked 12 talents. This group of Attic tetradrachms with the head of Athena and Heracles resting is divided into two subgroups: the Athena's head group and the Nabis group, 5 series in total for Gunara. 4 of the 5 series share also the obverse type, Athena's head. 3 of these 4 bear also the first 2 letters of the ethnic, La, and 2 of these the stars of the Dioscuri. On series 3, a winged thunderbolt is to be found on Heracles' left. We have thus the following Xima, numbers 1 to 11, 12 to 13, 14 to 15. And we are moving now to King Nabis. 2 series, one with his name and Athena's head, and another one with his portrait, his name and royal title. The absence of the letter sigma from the royal title is due to the local dialect and is a common feature on tiles bearing his name and title. The extreme rarity of both groups, one specimen for each one, raises suspicions. However, it should not be forgotten that the king was obliged to pay 5 100 talents as war indemnities to the Romans, and the Aetolian traitors who killed him and then plundered his palace found nothing in the royal treasure. This might explain the rarity of his coins. King Nabis of Sparta was certainly not the monster Polybius described, Polybius and others, for reasons fully explained by Jean-Georges Texier. A scion of the royal house of the Epipontids and son of a Dimaratos, as we learn from the honorary decree from Delos, he was a king of Sparta, not a tyrant, as literary sources repeat, and epigraphic documents emanating from hostile authorities, and for this reason mentioning him simply as Lacon suggests. Nabis, Navisetos for Constantine VII Porphyrogenitos, got his Assyrian name most probably from a Xenos of the royal family, as was the case of other Spartans, like Libis, the brother of Lysander. He continued successfully the reforms introduced by his predecessor, Agis IV, of the same family, and Cleomenes III of the Agiads. It seems that this last Spartan king managed to inspire all the demoralized population in the cities of the Peloponnese and become both the hero of the poor and the most hostile enemy of the conservative Achaean League. Now, back to the Heracles resting group. The last two series of Grunawa, these are the last two series of Grunawa. But what about the first three series? For these first three series, there is horde evidence, Sophikon, and mainly the Sparta horde. What was considered as the lightest coin of the horde from Sparta is not a tetradrachm of Antiochus III, as Weiss thought previously, but of Antiochus II. So the last coin of the horde is a tetradrachm of Hierax, of Antiochus Hierax. The Isarpa minted his Attic weight tetradrachms in a number of mints in Western Asia Minor between 235 and his defeat and escape in Thrace in 227 BC. For this reason, Fischer and Furtwängler proposed to date these three series of the so-called Group 9 of Grunauer before Nabis' reign, as Grunauer proposed, under Lycurgos, Machanidas, or even Agis IV. Grunauer responded by stressing the common points between series 1 to 4 and also 5. She stressed that these coins are linked to the monetary production of Nabis, and for her, this places the Athena resting Heracles under Nabis. If we follow her, we need to admit that the horde of Sparta accumulated coins during a quite long period down to the late 3rd century. Because of Sparta, not after the end of Nabis. These coins could also precede Nabis. They could have been issued under his immediate predecessors Lycurgos and Machanidas. Both these two needed cash to pay for their military operations and their xenon. However, if we follow standard numismatic methodology, we need to admit that the burial date of the horde dates from the 220s. These were the years of Cleomenes III, whose reforms created turmoil, and his defeat at Sellasia in 222 could be the historical context of the burial of this significant horde. Could these coins have been minted by Cleomenes? And if this was the case, what to do with the coins traditionally attributed to him? Could these so-called Cleomenes be attributed to Agis IV, who remained on the throne of the Epipontids only 4 years and tried to reorganize Sparta and bring back the city's glorious past? These are the problems that arose from coins minted with the ethnic Lacedaemonion, Sparta being a state and a city, not a kingdom. To summarize, during the years of glory, Sparta did not have its own coins, but relied on others' coinages and financial support. Sparta had the means to do so, and when it was not the case anymore, Spartakids did not hesitate to campaign abroad for money, as did their ancestor Heracles. Sparta first minted coins during the 3rd century because Sparta needed to pay for mercenaries and citiresia, and Sparta knew very well how to adapt to circumstances. The mother city of the two brothers, Pollux and Castor, and of the two royal families, the Agiads and the Euripides, issued coins with types referring to its own cults and legends on two metals, silver and bronze, on two different weight standards, Attic for payments abroad and Aeginetan for local circulation, and in the name of two issuing authorities, the Lacedaemonian state and kings, once again in two cases, under Areus and Nabis. If the Alexanders of King Areus were minted with his own money with the aim of paying mercenaries, the Attic weight tetradrachms of King Nabis served the same purpose. However, All we know about Navis, together with the absence of the ethnic from his coins and the presence of them, and the presence on them of his name and royal title, show that he was the one who tried to establish a kingdom of Hellenistic aspiration in the Peloponnese. In this case, the king himself is the state. From this point of view, Nabis is the last and at the same time the first king of Sparta. Thank you.
Thank you, Selini, for this survey of Spartan coinage. And you showed many aspects of what we'll probably going to discuss later. And I call our last speaker, Dr. Sofia Kremidi from the National Hellenic Research Foundation. Sofia is going to address hoarding patterns and monetary circulation in the Lacedaemonian territory, with a reference to a hoard that is not going to be included, as we learned yesterday from another publication.
Thank you very much, Panos. I would like to thank very much both of the organizers of this conference, and Olga Palagia and Bona Westcoat for this invitation, and also for Olga inspiring me to leave Macedonia, on which I have been working quite a lot, and introduce a new interest in Laconia, out of which I have really learned a lot, and through this conference, so I thank you all very much. So, monetary circulation in the Peloponnese of the Hellenistic period has been studied on various occasions, and all discussions have been based on the evidence of hoards. Probably the earliest contribution was that of the late Tony Hackens, who discussed 8 3rd-century hoards from the Peloponnese, out of which only one, the Sparta 1908 hoard, comes from Laconia. All these are large currency hoards, that is, hoards of tetradrachms, mainly of Athenian owls, Alexanders, and other royal tetradrachms. Circulation of the Peloponnese in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE has been discussed in various papers by Turatsoglu, Berenger, and Maketi. Hoarding patterns show a radical change after the turn of the 3rd century. Royal and other Attic weight coinages disappear, and the large tetradrachms are replaced by the imidrachms of the Achaean League, probably the Symachic drachms of our sources. The dating of the Achaean League small silver coins, as well as that of the autonomous Lacedaemonian emidrachms, have been the subject of long debates, and the hoards have been dating accordingly. But the topic of this paper is not circulation in the Peloponnese, but circulation in Laconia, within Lacedaemonian territory. The Lacedaemonian territory was formed by the territory of Sparta and its perichic towns, plus Messenia, an area known in our sources as Laconiki. During the period of her utmost power, during the late archaic and classical period, Sparta controlled half of the Peloponnese, but produced no coinage of her own. During this period, coin hoards were also practically absent from her territory. Out of the 25 known Peloponnesian hoards that date from the late 6th to the mid-4th century, only 1 or 2 are known from the Laconian territory. The 5th century Keparisia hoard, containing stathers of Elis, was discovered on the borders of Lacedaemonian territory, whereas the existence of the Kythira hoard with stathers of Seriphos has been recently contested by Shidi, who has argued that this was actually not a hoard. So apparently, in addition to not minting their own coins, the Lacedaemonians did not hoard very much. After the Theban victory at Leuctra, Spartan supremacy was questioned and Spartan territory was gradually reduced. Now we have had the occasion to see this this work by Shipley in various previous papers, so I will just skip this. All I want to say is that to remind you of this gradual reduction of the Spartan territory, the Lacedaemonian territory during the Hellenistic period, and to stress that it's important when we treat coins or other archaeological coin finds or other archaeological material to keep this into consideration. The first known Hellenistic horse from the Lakoniki was discovered in the modern village of Tallanta. Here. Not far from the coastal polis of Epidaros Limira. The horse is today dispersed, and with the exception of 1 4th century Athenian tetradrachm, all coins were fractions. Aeginetan drachms and Sicyonian hemidrachms were very common currencies in Peloponnesian finds. The turtles had been circulating in the region since archaic period, and their weight standard was adopted by most Peloponnesian mints and also used in Boeotia. As for Sicyon, it was an early member of the Peloponnesian League that produced one of the largest civic coinages. Its coinage has been established for military payments since the time of the Peloponnesian War, a fact that may, to some extent, explain also the absence of coinage minted by Sparta. And Selene discussed all this before. The hoard also includes 6 late 4th century drachms from Asia Minor in the names of Alexander, Philip III, and Lysimachos, currencies that circulated widely in Greece after the end of Alexander's campaigns and the return of the veterans. So this small currency hoard of moderate size with no Peloponnesian issues apart from the Sicyonian drachms. A concealment in the early 3rd century, that is during the reign of Arefs, has been suggested for this find. The importance of the currency of Sicyon is further revealed by a small hoard from Yithion. Yithion was described by Xenophon as the main naval base and the dockyard of the Spartans, and by Diodorus as an Epinion with Neoria, fortified by the Spartans already in 370-369 in response to the Theban threat. The Yithion hoard contained 33 silver coins, out of which 31 are triobols of Sicyon, plus 1 Aeginetan drachm and 1 Seleucid tetradrachm of Antiochus I. The drachm of Aegina with the 2 pellets is of the very common variety, also encountered in the Tallanta hoard, whereas the Seleucid tetradrachm belongs to the period of Antiochus I's sole reign, and was minted at Seleucia on the Tigris. The hoard was dated by Economides and Picard to about 250 to 240, thus some decades later than the Tallanta hoard, and the 220 date suggested by Kolitsida Makri to comply with the Seleucia battle seems to me to be too late. However, we should note that the Sicyonian coins show a very heavy degree of wear that indicates that they had been circulating a lot before their concealment. But actually, the dating of this hoard would be related to the dating of the Sicyon coins, which is not very securely yet established. Both the Tallanta and the Yithion hoards are moderate-sized silver hoards that include fractions of Aegina and Sicyon. They offer a very different picture than most 3rd century Peloponnesian hoards, where the Athenian tetradrachms are dominant currencies. A hoard from Yaraki, the modern name for the very important Perioecic city of Geronthre, was discovered during excavations in a building on the Acropolis of the city. It shows a continuity from the earlier hoards, but also introduced new elements. As the 2 earlier hoards we just discussed, it is of moderate size, contains fractional silver coinage, such as Boeotian and Aeginetan drachms, as well as hemidrachms of Sicyon, together with 5 Athenian tetradrachms. The new element in this hoard are the 2 Alexander tetradrachms, a lifetime issue of Biblos and a posthumous issue attributed to an uncertain Peloponnesian mint that Troxel had considered an early issue of the Macedonian-supported tyrants of Argos and Megalopolis, and Price considered them a little bit later and connected them to the Cremonidian War. To these silver coins, the excavators have added a bronze coin of Ptolemy III that belongs to an interesting and much discussed issue with a portrait of the king on the obverse and the Ptolemaic eagle on the reverse. Cellini referred to these coins earlier. These bronzes follow a Greek, not an Egyptian standard, and are found in very large numbers in the Peloponnese. So recent metal analysis has proposed that they were actually not produced in Corinth, as we believed, but produced in Alexandria and shipped to the Peloponnese, probably together with troops that supported the Spartans during the Clomenic War. This bronze coin, therefore, would date the concealment of the Geraki hoard to the 220s, that is more than a century later than the majority of the coins in the find. The hoard from Sparta was discovered during construction work on a bridge just outside the modern city in 1908. The hoard, now in the Numismatic Museum in Athens, is one of the 8 hoards discussed by Hakens and is the only Laconian hoard that resembles the other 3rd century Peloponnesian finds that consist exclusively of tetradrachms. 42 out of the 86 coins are Athenian tetradrachms, including some imitations, and have been studied by Kroll and Nicolet. Then we have 15 Alexander tetradrachms from various mints, including 2 Peloponnesian issues, 3 tetradrachms of Lysimachos, and 3 of Demetrios Poliorkites, which are in fact the only Antigonid coins. Then we have 4 Seleucid tetradrachms from Seleucus I to Antiochus Hierax, and 12 Ptolemaic tetradrachms down to Ptolemy II. Furthermore, and this is the most interesting thing for our discussion, furthermore, this is the only 3rd century hoard in Laconia to contain Lacedaemonian coins. These are 7 tetradrachms of the head of Athena Heracles on a rock type, with the initials lambda alpha. The issues belong to Grunaur series 1 to 3. So on the left, we have these issues with Athena and Heracles on the rock and the inscription LA. You can see there is evolution from a non-symbol issue to a symbol with to an issue with 2 stars, and then to an issue with 2 stars plus a thunderbolt. And Grunaur has argued, and it's clear also from the degree of wear of these hoards, that the last issue is probably the best preserved, so it's certainly the latest of these 3 series. So these coins on the left are actually coins from the Sparta hoard, and none of these hoards, as Cellini told us earlier, none of these coins have the legend with the name of the king. So the last securely dated coin in this hoard is a tetradrachm of Hierax, and therefore a burial date in the 220s had been suggested, connecting these finds to the Battle of Cilicia. Grunaur, however, attributed all the Athena Heracles tetradrachms to the reign of Navis, even those without his name, and proposed a burial date during the unrest that succeeded Navis' death in 192, or even during the Achaean attack on Sparta in 188. The concealment date of this hoard depends on the dating of the Spartan coins. Do the earlier uninscribed coins in the Sparta hoard belong to Nabis, or were they minted earlier? To comply with the Seleucia date, they would have to be minted under Cleomenes III. But at least the Navis coin, seems quite close, in my view, at least to this series 3, the series 3 coins, the Lacedaemonian coins. So I believe that this could not be much before Navis. So this is another Lacedaemonian open question. What's also interesting to note is that the first coins with the name of Navis do not have his title. They only have the name of the king, and then on a later issue find the portrait and the title of the king. Finally, the last two Hellenistic hordes from the Lakoniki belong to the period after the integration of Sparta into the Achaean League and show a very different composition. Alexander's, royal coinages, or any other Attic weight coins are totally absent from these finds. The only denomination present is a so-called reduced Aeginetan hemidrachm, probably the Symachic drachm of our sources, together with some earlier Aeginetan weight coins. The dominant currency in both hordes were the hemidrachs of the Achaean League, whereas the Epidaros Limira horde also included one autonomous Lacedaemonian triobol of the Heracles Amphoras type that Grunauer dated to 219-168. Both hordes have been dated by Turatsoglu and Tsurti to the years of the Achaean War, although this dating has been contested. These small denomination silver coins that were dominant in the 2nd century hordes represented a day's payment for soldiers and financed the military operations of the Achaean League. So what can we deduce from all these material? To start with, the number of known hordes bearing Lacedaemonian territory is very limited compared to the other Peloponnesian regions. Can this scarcity reflect a limited use of coinage in the region, or is it a misleading picture due to an accidentally low survival rate of the material? The demographic issue should be kept in mind. Laconia accounted for about 1/10 of the population of the Peloponnese, with numbers gradually diminishing. Although the names of over 7 settlements are known from the Lakoniki, this must have been extremely small and were geographically limited to the valley of Evrotas and the coasts. In a poorly populated region, the small number of hordes need not necessarily be related to the limited use of coins. A second observation is that at least in the 3rd century hordes contain a very significant number of issues produced long before the concealment. We know that coins could be in the market for at least 1 century before they being replaced, but in the 3rd century Lacedaemonian hordes, however, much older foreign coins seem to be the rule. The Yaraki horde, for example, contains mostly coins that show a considerable degree of wear and have a considerable chronological gap with the latest bronze coin. The Aegithean horde contains 31 heavily worn Sikion imidrachms that show that they had been changing hands for quite a long time before being buried. And in the Sparta horde, the majority of the coins date before the middle of the 3rd century. And if Grunauer is correct in dating the Lacedaemonian tetradrachms to Nabis, perhaps she's not correct, but they cannot be much earlier, then the coins would have been in the market for a long time before they were put away. Whether these coins had been circulating in the region or elsewhere is of course difficult to say, but perhaps this is another aspect of Spartan conservatism. Third, in Laconia, as in the rest of the Peloponnese, the most common Attic weight coinage in the 3rd century hordes are the Athenian owls and not the Alexanders. This is rather surprising, and the suggestion of Marchetti that the Alexanders could have been melted down to produce local coins is interesting. Perhaps the silver quality of these issues, superior probably to the 3rd century Athenian owls, made them more attractive for striking in an area that had no silver resources. But if the Alexanders are relatively rare, the Antigone tetradrachms are practically absent. Out of 96 tetradrachms, we have only 2 minted in our hordes. We have only 2 minted by Demetrius Poliorketes when he was king of Macedon. No coins of Antigonus Gonatas, Philip V, or Perseus have been found in the Lacedaemonian hordes. Furthermore, the Alexanders minted by the Peloponnesian allies of the Antigonids, such as Argos, Megalopolis, and Corinth during the Symachic and Cleomenic wars, are also absent from the Laconian hordes, although they are found in the rest of the Peloponnese and in Asia Minor. we only find 3 early Peloponnesian Alexander tetradrachms of an uncertain mint produced probably during the Cremonidian War. That the Spartans did use Alexanders, however, is shown by the tetradrachms of Areps that were who minted them in his name. This was a military coinage for payments to mercenaries that were now introduced to the Lacedaemonian army. Not only the Antigonid currency, not only the Antigonid silver currency, but also the bronzes are absent from Spartan territory. Hoards containing the very popular Athena Pan Antigonid, but also other bronzes, shows that they were never found to the south of Argos, and a first glance at the individual coin finds from excavations from the Lakoniki has spotted no Macedonian bronzes. This absence is certainly related to the absence of Macedonian garrisons in a Spartan and later Roman-controlled area. Finally, the 2 latest known hoards from Laconia were buried in the Maleas Peninsula, an area that was no longer under Spartan control after 192, when the Spartans were obliged to join the Achaean League and the Periki polis became independent. These 2 hoards show a radical change in their contents compared to the 3rd century finds. All royal tetradrachms and drachms, be they Alexander, Seleucid, or Ptolemaic, disappear, and so do the Athenian tetradrachms. The new post-Roman Athenian coinage, the Stephanophora, did not penetrate this area. Earlier Aeginetan weight coins survive in very small numbers, but the dominant currency are the small denomination league coinages, together with few contemporary civic issues of the same denomination. There is a very radical break in the hoarding pattern after the Roman wars in Greece, and this is not restricted to Laconia or to the Peloponnese. All royal and other Attic weight coins disappeared and were replaced by new, usually local issues. This break took place in the second half of the 2nd century after the Third Macedonian, the Achaean War, although elements of this change can be traced already in the turn of the 3rd century. In the north and in Athens, the new coinage was in the form of new Attic tetradrachms, whereas in the Peloponnese, in the form of drachms. And although we have many issuing authorities in the Laconian hoards, they are all on the same weight standard. What happened then to the old coinages? They must have been used to pay indemnities and also melted down to produce new coins. To what extent hoards reflect numismatic circulation is not an easy question. Hoards include coins that were stored as savings, and the extent to which they were used in the area they were buried is difficult to determine. However, broader hoarding patterns show that certain currencies, or rather certain weight standards, were found in specific regions and totally absent from others. So this should reflect money circulation and acceptance of coinages to some extent. Furthermore, hoards reveal the appearance and disappearance of currencies, and abrupt change of hoarding patterns are related to crucial historical turning points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sophia. I will invite all 3 speakers to join the panel for questions from the floor. Are there any questions for the first paper? Yes, I see one there.
It's a really interesting paper. You know much more about Hellenistic heritage than I do, but I just wanted to ask a general question. What prevents replacing heritage with debt bondage? If they're lending the money from the 100 Spartiates who have the cash assets and then keeping them indebted in the system but nominally free?
Thank you for the question, Luke. That's the thing I need to think about more. I tend not to think about debt bondage as being something that we would think about in the Hellenistic period. I mean, I think one of the problems with this evidence is that knowing kind of the level of land ownership, there are lots of kind of hypothetical possibilities that we need to think through, and it's very difficult to kind of find any independent evidence to determine whether those circumstances are probable, even if they might be possible. So I don't see anything kind of particularly problematic in your suggestion, considering what we know about the structure of the Laconian economy at that time. But it's something I would need to think about more in the model I'm trying to construct here. But thank you very much for the question.
Are there any other questions?
Okay. Thank you all, first of all. Question for Tom. Oh, sorry, two rhetorical questions. Did you say, just I need the confirmation, that there were Spartans, citizens, who no longer owned land, but they found other resources, and so they maintained their status? You did?
Yes, I think that's possible.
Okay, that's, in fact, combines, can be very well combined with the decline of the Syssitia. Just occurred to me, just a thought. I just thought about it now. And the other thing, where would the Helots go? I mean, I think it's quite possible that some of them did not want to go anywhere. Or others, some might want to move to another place in Laconia. Let's say move down south to Yithion. Better, many more opportunities. Sorry. Others might become mercenaries. I would think, but just a rhetorical question, just a few things. But well, freedom takes guts, to paraphrase a great Greek poet. Where would they go? Okay, they risked dying. That's one story. But they risked getting a lot more if they didn't die. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. To deal with the first point, I think that the Syssitia must be still in existence in some form in the Hellenistic period. Otherwise, Plutarch's claim that there were 100 Spartiates, etc., wouldn't make any sense. I think beyond that simple fact, we have a very poor understanding as to its institutional evolution in the Hellenistic period. To speak to your second point, I think, yeah, we have these Helots really could do anything following manumission. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion. I mean, Nigel Kellner devotes a lot to this in his paper as to whether the act of manumission was legally enforceable after Cleomenes is deposed. But yeah, I think the institution of paramone suggests that there is an incentive on the part of the slaveholder to try and keep the enslaved person after manumission where they are doing what they were doing before. And there's no reason to think that manumitted slaves wouldn't have kind of continued to live lives rather similar to those in their condition of bondage. But yeah, it's just very difficult to speculate. But yeah, thank you.
Great. Tom, thank you very much. This is a really excellent analysis of that key passage in Plutarch about this very curious incident. I just want to make a few comments. I think you quite rightly also were pushing back against this John Ma's recent idea about the grand convergence. First of all, it's not John Ma's idea. It was something he's taken from Philippe Gautier, which goes far back. But I think you're quite right to push back. First of all, the main point is that John Ma using the term serf, which I really find quite incredible, As you well know, David Lewis in Symposion 2022 has shown that this term really has no place kind of in Greek history at all. And the two places basically in Sparta where they've used this term, and this goes back to kind of a view of Edward Meyer that goes back to about 1890s, but ever since Jean Ducas has been now completely kind of demolished and almost nobody believes it. The other place, of course, is in Crete, and some people have thought, but Lewis has shown, and following actually in the footsteps of many other people, that really it can't be also read into that. But the other evidence, I mean, Roberta Fabiani in her analysis of the Iosos inscriptions has shown that these developments that Ma thinks are late Hellenistic are actually occurring much earlier. And we also, for instance, in Rhodes and Lewis on the decrees of the states, there's a great deal of continuity. There really, this idea of a kind of grand convergence in the late Hellenistic period along his lines is really an illusion. And I would say even there's a great deal of convergence actually in polis institutions in the late Archaic and the Classical period. So I think that, and hopefully in the next few years, we'll see much more kind of realization that this is not a good idea. But on the other hand, what also is very interesting in terms of manumission, because in manumission we have a great deal of evidence for manumission, again, in Athens, and again, as you rightly point out, in Delphi. But these are places which also have a great deal of, well, in Athens we know non-agricultural craft activity, and that allows slaves to kind of work, and as you quite rightly pointed out, we also have a very highly monetized economy in Athens, and the same thing we also have in Delphi. And I'm just wondering to what extent we could place that development in some of the places, and this actually leads into the other papers. Is this to be connected, one, with Dan Stewart's discussion of these increased workshops that have been found in the Hellenistic period? And secondly, can it be also connected to a certain extent with the developments for the next two papers, which seems to be, and again, that Laconia does seem to be much more monetized in the 3rd century. So at any rate, these are some, again, an excellent paper, which I think stimulates many thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll just respond to the final point, if I may. I broadly agree with you in your criticism of Ma's thesis, which I think, to kind of sum up your discussion, from the perspective of a localized regional case study, very rarely applies. Ma concedes in his book that the notion of a great convergence does not really work in the Peloponnese, and I think he largely hand waves away that quite crucial problem. As to how to kind of reconcile this active manumission with the kind of monetary developments, I think there's certainly fertile ground there. Many of, as I try to point towards in the paper, many of the sites found in the northern Laconian area by the Ephoria are datable to the Hellenistic period. At the very least, are finding a lot of Hellenistic pottery. So whether that means that that's the primary phase of those structures, I don't know. But certainly there's more activity going on there. As both other papers have shown, and as Selina, you've shown in your previous work, monetary standards are being used in the Peloponnese quite freely, and a lot of coinage is in circulation in the Peloponnese, even if cities aren't minting. So I think certainly those are two things that can be reconciled with this quite odd passage. But thank you very much.
Scarlett? This is actually a point on the point Edward made more than on Tom's paper, but we can expect, I think, to find more monetized economy judging by manumission acts, even in places that we think are not as monetized as originally thought. I remind you the Hellenistic Manumission Act of Beroia, where in the 240s BC, where 5 slaves have enough money to buy their freedom, including a woman. So this is a place where, as Selini said the other day, according to Demosthenes, you cannot even find a proper slave, supposedly. Okay, I know, but okay.
Went to Macedonia for the first time in 346. He obviously didn't know what he was talking about.
Anyway, we do not have evidence for slavery being very, extended in Macedonia, but despite that fact, already in the mid-3rd century, we find slaves having enough capital to buy their own freedom. So I would certainly not be surprised that Laconian slaves also have this ability.
Yes.
Of Plutarch. But as far as the life and days of these kings of Sparta are concerned, I think that a significant part relies on Philarchus. And because of this, I would tend to believe the passage you mentioned. Only that.
And with this, I think that we can move to the next paper by Cellini, already mentioned. Are there any questions? Yes, Professor Boutazelis.
Ascribe very voluntarily to your last phrase, Nabis was the first and the last king of Sparta, with only the addition, the last Hellenistic king of Sparta, to make things quite clear. Not just the last and the first king of Sparta, but the first and the last Hellenistic king of Sparta. And just a remark, a question to you and to all of us. The appearance of the person, of the image of the sovereign on the coinage. We know this also with Alexander's image, is not always combined with the same name. Alexander's image appears with the names of his successors, and then the successors appears themselves on the coins. This has usually been combined with the idea and the practice of the ruler cult. I ask myself, what do we know exactly in a more specific sense about Cleomenes III, whose image appears on Laconian coins, and about Nabis? Have you faced this problem? Have you asked yourself this question?
No, I have to say, no, I didn't, for one reason. And I have also other comments on what you said, and thank you very much for these remarks. Because Cleomenes was for a very short period, Nabis was not also for a short period, and from what we know, and Ioanna Crowley knows much better, we don't have evidence of a royal cult in Sparta. Do we have? The traditional royal, whatever could we consider as a cult of the kings, that they have to be buried in Sparta, that if they don't have the body, they do that. This exists since the archaic period, but for the Hellenistic period, I don't think that we have evidence for something like this. And whatever they are, whatever it is, these are Spartan kings. I mean, they know that they are not Seleucus or Ptolemy or whatever. It is very different, the Spartan kingship. It's an institution of the city. And it's only under, probably Arefs puts the royal title because it is for mercenaries and they need to know that he's a king. And Nabis is different. And it's interesting because the earliest coins of Nabis have only his name, not the royal title.
If I may add something on the broader perspective, since I quite worked on that topic. First of all, the appearance of Alexander on coins is posthumous. Alexander only appears on coins after his death. That's the one point. His image has been extensively used by Lysimachus and Ptolemy the First, who did it first. I will not argue here. The second thing, having the image on the coins doesn't imply royal cult or whatsoever. And we have evidence for, at least for the Seleucids and the Ptolemies, that when they put their images on the coins, this doesn't immediately or systematically at least imply a royal cult at the place where these coins were minted, or in the capitals, whatever that means for the Hellenistic kingdoms. When we have royal attributes or divine attributes, to be more precise, there the case is different, and we have cases where we can argue that there is a cult. But the image of the king on the coins doesn't systematically involves a royal cult. And both kings, in Sparta at least, they simply seem to imitate the practices of the Hellenistic kingdoms in the rest of the world. So I don't think that there is any indication of royal cult based on the coins, at least.
Just some thoughts that are relative to what we are discussing that came to my mind while preparing this paper. Well, the first thing is that this reluctance of the Lacedaemonian coinage to refer to kings and to have the names of the kings, and this coinage with a portrait that Selene, I mean, I think she correctly, we all say it's Cleomenes, but we have no actual proof that it's Cleomenes. That's why Selene also avoided to completely name it. I think this is certainly related to the type of the monarchy, this double kingship. So how can you claim the name of one king when you have two kings? So this is, I think, one of the reasons that this is not really a royal coin. The whole the Lacedaemonian coinage is not a royal coinage. And we have the Basileus Navios, but Nabis was the first one who actually reigned on his own. So, the first one to reign, wasn't he? To reign as a sole king in Lacedaemon. And concerning the King Arefs, the Alexanders with the inscription of the king, it's a bit strange because we have very many other kings and sovereigns and cities that mint Alexanders, and they don't put their name on it. In the beginning, Seleucus does, of course, in the beginning, but it's interesting that, I don't know, it's him and it's also the Aetolians after him. Yes, but I just wonder whether the fact that he put his name on this Alexander coinage cannot have also perhaps a political significance. I mean, he was an enemy of the Macedonians. So he uses this. I'm not sure. I just put this open to the discussion. Who Areus? Nabis. No.
Nabis, yes.
There, if I may, there is also another detail in the coinage of King Nabis. He's wearing the beard. He's having the beard, light beard, which is in many respects quite different from the practice that we see in the Hellenistic period with the clean-shaved kings and portraits.
Philip V has a beard.
Sorry?
Philip V has a beard, don't he?
Yeah, but it's a different beard. The light beard is a different case, and I think that this is also one of the cases, one of the arguments that you can associate this coinage with a military campaign. We wrote a paper with Kathy Lorber on the military campaign, on the military beards, on how they left growing this beard during this campaign to show to their soldiers that they were participating in the whole effort. And I think that this could also work into that in that way. But there is another question from Annelies.
Yeah, thanks very much all. And I wanted to ask, Selene, you said, I wanted to ask essentially, did Nabis establish a kingdom of Hellenistic stature, or did he try and not succeed? That follows maybe from some of this discussion. And then was it for internal or external consumption? Like, who's the audience for this? I've been wondering that also in the context of what I was saying in my paper. Like, and that maybe follows from the point just made about what the coinage is for.
I believe that the coinage is related to military expenditure. It's the Attic weight standard. And of course, there's another question that I didn't say a lot about. We have one specimen with the name of Nabis, a second one with the name and the title. This is a little bit suspicious. Although I tried to find a solution for this. Then, he probably he's the first king who reigns by himself, and he certainly tried to establish something like a Hellenistic kingdom, but of course he reigned for a very short period, and he had many people against him for many reasons. Probably his aspiration was not it was a kingdom of the period and for the Peloponnese, not something that could be compared to other areas for a certain number of reasons that he should take under consideration: the size, the meanings, the problems, which is the most agitated area, the Peloponnese, with enemies, with people that were not happy, with the Achaeans, with the Romans, the Aetolians, and whatever. I hope I answered.
Yeah.
Other questions to Sophia's paper? If I may, it's always the role of the chair to ask if there is no question. It's not a question. On the Yithian hoard, I haven't seen the hoard to be honest, and I don't know the coins. But the Seleucid coin looks extremely suspicious. Both inscriptions on the rivers are turning on the outside, and they are wrongly written. I'm very surprised that this happened, and I don't know of any example from Solution of the Tigris with this happening. There is something wrong with the inscriptions. It looks correct. Apollo looks perfectly looking to the left and everything. The coin looks normal, but both inscriptions are wrongly written.
I'll check that again. With it was in the hoard. It was supposed to be in the hoard. The hoard is in the museum.
Yeah, but I know, it looks like either an outsider or something fake or something need to be inspected. Just for
thanks.
The type of remark. Yes, Joanna. Wait for the microphone, please. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to ask Sophia precisely about the Seleucid coins. It's not the same question as Panagiotis, but they look very nice, don't they? Polished. It's Antiochus the first coins. In
the Sparta hoard, there are some coins of. There is one Antiochus coin in the Yithian hoard that Panos mentioned is a bit suspicious. It's true that this coin is a bit strange in that find. I mean, the hoard would be more, normal without one Seleucid tetradrachm. But I have to look again into the conditions it was found. The hoard has been published. In the beginning, in the IGCH, they said it was an excavation hoard, and then I think that in the publication, Macrin mentions that she found the archives in the museum, and it was not an excavation hoard; it was a paradosi. So if it's a paradoxy, we have to look into it again.
Sorry.
But concerning the coins, the Seleucid coins in the Sparta hoard, I don't think we have any problem with those.
No, not. My question is, how do you think would have got there?
Pardon?
How do you think these Seleucid coins would have got to Laconia?
We have many coins, Seleucid coins in the Peloponnese. I mean, they could have come back through mercenaries. Yes, through mercenaries. They were in Asia Minor, etc. This is tetradrachm coinages. It's not an exception. The Seleucid coins.
Exceptional. Just wanted confirmation that here, since they are large denominations, aren't they?
Yes, of course, they're tetradrachms, yes.
A big chunk, good, nice, fat check.
Yeah. We don't have any coins of Antiochus III in the Peloponnese. They were all before.
No.
Yeah.
Because he was it Antiochus IV who offered to restore whatever in Megalopolis? I forget. He had grand plans, but I don't remember. In mainland Greece. Anyway, I was thinking also that that notorious Leonidas II, who had gone far away, self-imposed exile, so to speak, into the Seleucid court, married a woman from over there, anyway, notorious for all sorts of reasons. But yes, mercenaries is a very nice idea. Thank you.
Just one point about Seleucid coins in the Peloponnese. We have a few way of speaking, but most of them, they are very fresh. They're in a very good condition, which means that they were related to payment from mercenary payments, that they came directly from the Asia Minor, more likely to the Peloponnese. But I see Bona, who's already standing, and I think it's time to close this session. I would like to thank you all three for the excellent presentations. Thank you very much.
I think we could keep going for some time, but I know we're already an hour over our allotted time, and it's because I think these papers have come together so remarkably well to elucidate these two regions and their interaction over the course of the Hellenistic period. And this is one of the strengths of conferences, but it's also really a tribute to the generosity of our researchers and speakers in sharing their new work on fresh approaches to persistent questions, the introduction of new material and new theoretical frameworks concerning political institutions, historical circumstances, mythic connections, sanctuaries, acts of piety and accusations of impiety, urban development, fortifications, social behaviors in identity formation through funerary practice and bathing practice, royal residences, and new evidence of artworks, and sculpture, and painting, and architecture, and the economies that emerge from the price of human freedom and the circulation of coinage, each as it develops in its region and as they have interacted. Now, that leaves us much to think about as we move to the next stage of this conference, which is its publication. And Olga and I would like to share with you that De Gruyter has agreed to publish the papers, and we will be in touch with you over the exact logistics of that. But this is really important material that you have presented in these last 3 days, and it would be very fine to see it to expeditious publication. I'd like to thank our speakers, our chairs, our Coates and Hall audiovisual team, and our Loring Hall services team for their hospitality, and of course also to our highly attentive audience and their excellent questions that have made this a really, I think, very robust and important occasion. So with that, I would like to actually thank everyone, and if I might invite the speakers to the stage so we can take one group photo to document the event. I also want just to let you know that there's an exhibition in the Macriani's wing, 7 Artists, 7 Narratives, that's connected with the 100th centennial anniversary of the Gnatheus Library, and you are all more than welcome to come. It's open till 6. All right, thank you very much.
Don't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Olga, can we have you for just a moment before we let everyone disperse?
Okay, and we'll have everyone, all the speakers.
Yeah. We just wanted to say on behalf of all the speakers, and I'm sure all the audience members as well, to say thank you to Bana and Olga for all their hard work in putting this. And so we have just a little Laludia for the two of you. Thank you. And I think,
can I say a word? Finally, my ambition in life has come true. I always wanted to be an opera singer, and that's what happens to opera singers at the end.
okay, I think all the speakers are supposed to come this way. I understand correctly.
This is amazing. Thank you very much.